kind of getting things set up. Otherwise, I was Alt-Tab because I was getting a couple other things fixed up. Said things have been fixed up. So here we go. There we go. And this one. Go live. Cool. One last thing, and then we'll be all set. We'll be all set. Better to PP than to Coom Coom. Can it be both, Farsight? Will there be doggo picks? Yeah, there absolutely will be. It's a regional grocery store chain in the mid-Atlantic region, yeah. So it probably hasn't gone far west then enough to be able to reach me. But I would imagine that particular product is probably available elsewhere. Not just that one place, so I'll keep my eyes peeled. Also, I said that kind of fast, and I realized it sounded like I said I was going to keep my ass peeled. And I mean, hey, I can do both. I can do both. I can look for things with my eyeballs naked and my ass exposed as well. Is it possible to pee as you coom? I'm assuming the answer is no. I'm assuming the answer is no. It would be probably kind of hard. It'd probably like be complicated, and also like there's mechanisms in the body to like prevent that from happening. But you know, I'm sure someone's made it happen. I'm sure that if there's a will, there's a way. ATB and Olive. ATB and Olive. Is that I'm guessing that's like a song or an artist maybe? It's a throwback. Wonder if I know it if I heard it. Might be a Walmart. That's a fair point too. I haven't been to Walmart in a long time, and I don't say that to be like, ew, Walmart gross. I just mean there's not really one located conveniently near me, so I don't really go there all that often. But that is a convenience that one of the few things that was kind of nice about the small town in which I went to high school. There was a Walmart like really close by at all times, so that was a nice convenience from time to time. P isn't stored in the balls. Well, since P is stored in the balls, you got me there, Farsight. P is stored in the balls. However, so is microplastics. So I think that's where like that kind of muddies the waters a little bit. P is stored in the balls, and just yeah, then you've done it. Yeah. Oh wait, you're saying no? Urklazar is saying that that cum is P. I think that's what Urklazar is implying. And we all know that squirt is pee. So, I mean, fuck, is everything pee? Everything might just be piss all this time. Store in the balls, cum is stored in the... Oh, you're right. Stored in the prostate, right. Okay. Alright. Yeah. So, yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, milking the prostate, there you go. It's just piss, that's right. Yeah, that's right, Gene Seed. We were talking about Gene Seed last time as well, when we were playing Space Marine 2. We'll play more of that on Sunday, methinks. Or Space Marine 2 on the Sunday. Build the world, baby. Launch that shit. It is actually impossible. Yeah, I'm assuming the answer is that it's impossible unless you like receive some kind of injury. Because I think there are mechanisms to like stop that from happening unless something is not functioning correctly. That is what I would presume. But I can't pretend to be an expert. What I can pretend to be an expert on is Lord of the Rings lore, because I'm wearing a hobbit costume, and we're playing Lord of the Rings Return to Moria. How's that for a segue, huh? How's that for a clever and handsome little transition there? Just put my guy down for a nap because he was extra tired, and now he's extra hungry because it's nighttime. Give him like a big meal. But yeah, I think you're right though, Mirkan. I think that is like a limitation. Let's give him the Erebor strip steak. He deserves like an extra good meal because we fought a boss last time. I don't know if he was like a big scary boss, but it was like a noteworthy boss, I would say. And we won, and we were so cool. And it was close. We only kind of barely scraped by, but we did win. He wasn't like, he had a health bar displayed on screen, so he was like an honest to goodness actual for realsies fight. But it wasn't too bad. He wasn't too bad. We were tough. We handled it so well. I handled myself so well. I definitely didn't get scared. By the way, I was thinking about this earlier. I think what I might do, I'm thinking more about that lamp. That really sick-ass lamp we built. I love lamp. All right. I love that thing. And it was the recipe list. It was this thing. The Zarok torch. No, not the Zorak torch, although I did love Space Coast. Coast to Coast. No, not the Zorak. sorry, Zarok torch. Yeah, I love this thing. That thing was cool as hell. And we cannot take it with us because it's a masterwork item and we cannot even pick up 2 masterwork items. And right now, I love the shield wall. The shield wall is pretty sweet. However, I don't always need this. The shield wall is not always worthwhile. As great as it is, it's not always helpful because a lot of the times we're not in combat, we're just exploring. And when you're exploring, more light, more being able to see-ness is always helpful. So what I think I might do is if I know I'm going to be doing a big scary fight, I'll come back to the base and pick up the shield. But if I'm not doing a big scary fight, I think I just got to go back and grab that thing and have that be our masterwork item. That's kind of what I'm thinking. The prostate is incredible. Honestly, you're not wrong, Meerkat. You're not wrong. I'll confess, and I hope you're sitting down for this, but it's confession time. I'm not a licensed prostate expert. My license for prostate expertise got lost in the mail, and I was a couple credits short, and I kind of got a C+ in the final exam. I don't know. I don't know if I can like legally say that I'm a licensed prostate expert. I'm just a prostate enthusiast. Should I write that one down? I'm just a prostate enthusiast. I don't know if that's worthwhile. I don't know if that's worth saving that one. That because I like the one Elgaso saved. That's a good one. That's a fucking winner right there. Also, I'm wondering if it actually might be faster if I warped to the mines and then worked my way backwards. That actually might be faster. So anyway. Yeah. That's a good quote. That's a very good quote. Hello, Sheena. You want to jump up? Jump up? Farsight's like, I can't believe I'm hearing this. You know, let's go and add it. Let's go and add it. Sometimes I feel like it's a little bit self-indulgent for me to add my own quotes. Like I'm just, you know, so funny and so cool and so handsome. But it's like, all right. All right. We'll add it. We'll add it. We'll go for it for now. Went ahead and added that shit. And like I was saying, we're going to go ahead and work our way backwards then. And get to that torch that I left last time because I was thinking that like I like the shield so much, and I do like the shield so much. Ouch! Oh, that's my skin, Shayna. I do like the shield so much, but there's like 2 modes, right? And as long as the problem is, I wish I could just put the shield in my inventory and just have it on hand, or even put it in a chest. But those things cannot be contained anywhere. No container may contain them. So instead, I will I'll leave the shield at the base. I'll use the really cool torch for exploring times. And when I inevitably need a big combat situation, like with the boss battle last time, if I know I'm going to have a big scary boss battle fight, I'll go back, switch out the torch for the shield, and be off to the races. But not off to the racist. I will not be off to that one. So it's going to be I think that the indicator that says to the mines, that's where I need to go. So I think it's going to be actually up this way. We got Johnson in the house. What's up, Johnson? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Playing more of the cool video game. And then there's retrograde ejaculation. You know, I think I've heard about that. Is that where it, like, goes backwards or some shit? I feel like I've heard about it, and I feel like I've heard it's not a good time. Oh, but anyway, yeah, Meerkat was saying that the prostate is, like, a very powerful and fascinating piece of hardware. And yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right. I'm pretty sure it's, like, pretty dope. I'm, like, kind of sad that, generally speaking, and Meerkat, you can correct me on this, Meerkat is the reigning prostate expert in this situation right now. But Meerkat, is it correct to say that, like, basically if a human dude, and I think only, AMABs, AMAB dudes specifically, or AMAB people rather, penis owners, when they get to a certain, like, basically if you live long enough, you're basically like guaranteed to need to get your prostate removed. Like like not everybody gets prostate cancer necessarily, but like if you get, it's not like a scary thing if you get it necessarily, because it's like such a common thing. Maybe not literally everybody, but it's like as you get older, it's if you were to like live to 200, like yeah, it's gotta go. Like it's gotta go. Or maybe even like 120. And we got Michael in the house. What's up, Moonspine? He says, what have I walked into? Michael pretending to be surprised, walking in to hear we're discussing dicks. Wow, Alex, I would have never guessed. You, of all people, talking about something weird. He says, feigning surprise. That's how we mix the fluids. Yeah, it goes backwards. Yeah. That's the one. That's it. So that's how you can do both at the same time, like we were saying earlier. Ooh. Thank you, Shayna. Thank you for carving out my legs a little bit more. That's very helpful. Yeah, penis owners is the correct terminology. Yeah, you know, I love like being a weirdo and I like being gross, but I don't want to be exclusive. You know, I want to make sure I'm being considerate. Be a proper gentleman, a proper weird fucked up gentleman. Goes into the bladder. Oh, it doesn't just go backwards. It goes. Ooh, don't like that. Don't like that at all. And sure enough, this was a little bit faster. Maybe a little bit faster. Yeah, if it was anybody else, Moonspine, he'd have been like, this is fucking weird. I'm out of here. But it was Alex, so he was like, I saw this coming. Oh, also, I almost just like fucking slapped that bear's ass. To see how I just kind of casually was like, burp, 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 and also almost like ate his entire butthole just then. Also, we learned last time that the piles of shit. Oh, fuck you, bear. I was being nice. I was being a perfect little gentleman. Emphasis on the word little. So instead, I'm gonna have to do it to you. Put you down, Old Yeller. Old Yeller is a bear in this context. It kind of falls apart if you think about it. Too much. Just don't think too much. That's what I try to do. There we go, we got him. So anyway, as I was being soberly interrupted, we learned that these piles of shit actually are worthwhile and are useful. Because the bat shit, which I think is what this is, the bat shit is a fertilizer. Can be used as a fertilizer, rather. So it's like you see these stank piles, it's not a bad idea to go and snag them. And also more wood. More wood is not a bad idea, too. Yeah, it's approved, yeah. What if my Dami mommy has claimed ownership of my penis? Is she now a penis owner? Man, that is a legal loophole I was not ready to consider this evening, Meerkat. Also, yeah, no, I need to save that one too. I need to save that one too. Although I think I'm gonna choose to remove or to exclude the I'm going to hell bit at the end. I say we just own it completely. The first Meerkat. There we go. On a fucking roll with clips or with quotes tonight, friends. On a goddamn roll. Where we are rolling or what we're rolling into, we'll see. We shall see. So this way. This way to that really cool torch that I want so good. Can you make explosives out of the bat dung? I know you can make fertilizer. And in fact, isn't fertilizer a thing that can be used for some illicit thing making? Like DIY thing that the CIA and FBI does not want you to make? Because it's like, well, for one thing, it's dangerous and maybe a criminal act. You can make explosive, yeah. I feel like you can make like pipe bombs using not exclusively out of fertilizer. You don't just like roll fertilizer. You don't just like cram some fertilizer into a well, it's funny to imagine just cramming a bunch of fertilizer into like a I don't know, like a Coke bottle, shaking it up and just throwing it at somebody. It's like it's not gonna work quite like that, but like it's a key component to things that we're not supposed to make. Like people unknowingly mixing the cleaning power of bleach with the with the chemical properties of ammonia and accidentally making, what is it, mustard gas or some shit. That was the King of the Hill episode. That's how I learned about that. I was like, oh wow, all right, noted. Don't do that, Alex. And look at that, we got our really cool torch. We have 2 bits of light, which really means now, I guess we still kind of need both, don't we? Because on the, you know, shout out to this game's lighting engine. I like the idea of like this very lush light source, but it's kind of nice having light in front and behind us. It's chlorine gas, not mustard gas. Exhibit A. There you go. Wear proudly, my man. Just as long as it's in small quantities. If you're manufacturing it in the backyard, it's from stealing the cow pies from your neighbor, your farmer neighbor, then people are going to start raising some eyebrows. Understandably so. Go back to this way. Already on a lot of lists. Yeah. Gus is like, listen, if I say much more, Alex, my government watch list informant, or not informant, but like I don't know, connection individual is going to be knocking. It's going to be messaging me. If everyone has like a designated like FBI watch list agent that like keeps tabs on them. I think it was this way. Yeah, this is it. Go back to where we came from, and then we need to. Oh, and then we need to go to the Crystal Caverns. We can construct the big cool thing. And I definitely want to do that, but we need to take the teleport back to it. So I will jump back, but first I will grab this singular mushroom. Boop. Buying tannerite. What is tannerite? Is that something that is used for like other questionable things? Meerkat knows many things. Good for him. And this way, Sheena? Sheena is just not willing to calm down. He is climbing all over the place. It's weird because when I first sat down and was getting the stream set up, she was on my lap and like purring and being like very happy and very calm, and it was very pleasant. And then I stood up once to put on the costume, and ever since then she's been like, ah! I refuse to sit down. Be ungovernable. Yeah, Meerkat knows many things. He sighs and shakes his head in disappointment. That's why you gotta shake it up, Moonspine. It's why you gotta, like, throw him through some curveballs. Do some Google searches that are not illegal, but, like, will ideally make the FBI agent that is assigned to you not want to follow you. Not because it's, like, disturbing, but because it's like, dude, that guy is so fucking weird. Like, I don't know, man. Do I really have to follow every Google search he makes? Like, it's not like making me sad or distressed. It's just like, I don't know, I feel weird about it. It makes me feel a little gross and or itchy. It is a legal method for buying explosives. Well, there you go. Well, there you go. Meerkat, you're just a wealth of knowledge. For exploding targets. Oh, okay. Refills by the pound. There you go. We're all learning something so helpful this evening. So helpful and, I think, legal? Question mark? Anyways, ain't that some shit? I did one thing. Look how hungry my guy is. He's like fucking starving. Did I not eat? I know I made my guy something. Oh, I need a meal table, so I guess I gotta work back anyway. I definitely made my guy something, but he's acting like, oh my god, it's been fucking years since I've eaten. Did I not eat the food that was at the table? No, I definitely did eat it. I guess fast travel takes a long time. Yeah, look how tired my guy is. I guess fast travel... I'm gonna ask a really dumb question. For these map stones, do they not... Is it not fast traveling? Because I assumed it was like us teleporting. But now that I see how tired it makes us and how hungry it makes us, maybe it's like Morrowind, or maybe it's like Oblivion. There's no teleporting ever in Morrowind, or in Oblivion, unless you're using like Divine Intervention. And wait, Divine Intervention I don't think is even in Oblivion. So yeah, so I don't think there's any teleporting ever in Oblivion. It's just when you, like, click to travel, you don't actually fast travel. It's just, like, your character just walks that distance and time passes accordingly. So maybe that's what's happening. Maybe my guy is, like, walking, and it just kind of, like, it's fast to me that for me the player, but not instantaneous. Maybe that's what's going on. Because yeah, it's weird to me that like my guy is like starving after, I don't know, like 30 minutes of gameplay. Maybe more like 20 minutes. So anyway, let's go ahead and make ourselves some stew. Because yeah, that's a little bit odd to me, but that's the best explanation I can think of. Deposit some stuff. However, I do need that. I need 15 of these. I need that to construct the big thing. Also, I'll take those with me, and that I'll probably end up leaving. Spend your time writing for D&D. There you go. There you go. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I mean, if nothing else, you could do a lot worse. The kinds of things that your brain is capable of, Meerkat. So yeah, it's like he just breathes sighs of relief. Just generally grateful. Sad we didn't find any more bat shit. It didn't make it. We didn't go crazy for it, obviously. A little eats. There we go. How to seduce an FBI agent. How to make love to an FBI agent. Are they tops or bottoms? Are they good kissers? Asking the hard-hitting questions, man. Hard-hitting. Pair stuff up. And there we go. Do they like aftercare? What kinds of BDSM is the average FBI agent into? Asking for a friend, of course. Yeah, it's simulation. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think that's what's going on there. So it's, yeah, not usually how we think of fast travel necessarily. She'll make a meat stew. Good to see you, by the way, Urklazar. I appreciate you popping in, bud. Recap of the story. So we are a dwarf. I know that part is probably, I hope you were sitting down for that, but we are a dwarf, of course. And we're just like a regular dwarf. We're not like Gimli or like a fancy dwarf. We're just a regular fella. And this game takes place some amount of time after the events of the movies and the books, for that matter. And the dwarves had decided, like, all right, after being scattered and decentralized for too long, we're gonna actually, like, reclaim Moria. We're like, calling as many dwarves together as we can. We're gonna, like, re-explore it, take out the bad guys that have taken up refuge in there, and like, reclaim it. You know, really reclaim our home. And we are one of the dwarves that was part of that excavation. And at some point, like, there was like a cave-in, we got trapped, and we're trying to basically rejoin our dwarven bros, but also explore the interior of Moria while we're here. And we've discovered that there is a curse that has befallen this land. There's these miasma kind of swarms in various spots that monsters are spawning from, and we're trying to understand the curse, where it came from, and how to assuage it. So that is what we're up to right now. And this is a survival crafting game, as I'm sure you've probably ascertained, by virtue of me having to babysit my guy's hunger and tiredness amount. Of course, we got pretty nice inventory, armor, and weapons, all that shit. And once this food is ready, I'll be able to properly continue exploring, that is. And the current objective that we're in right now is we need to get to the lower deeps. We need to get to the, where is it? And I guess it doesn't explicitly say it, but we need to get to the lower deeps, which is somewhere on the map. There we go. Lower deeps, 196 fathoms deep, right above my head there. And we found the entrance that leads to it. It's through a gigantic crystal mineshaft called the Crystal Descent. We found it last time, however, the mechanism that leads us down through the Crystal Descent is actually busted. It's actually broke as a joke. I'm gonna go ahead and pop this in there as well, just to free up the space. So we had to acquire the necessary materials to be able to repair it, and I think we've got all that we need. So I'm gonna head there right now. Oh, but first, oh, okay, Shayna jumped down, and she immediately wants to jump back up. All right. So first though, you get a couple perks, or not perks, but temporary bonuses by studying some books. So I'm going to press that to study my books. Cool. So now we got build lore apprentice, and then also your guy gets a buff if he looks at gold and is happy. Because when you find gold, there's no shops in this game, obviously, so I can't use this to buy anything. But you can make giant treasure piles that make your character feel really smart and really cool. And with that, we're all set. Let us warp back. And by warp, I mean, like, physically travel, but this time to the Crystal Descent. One block at a time. Minecraft, but dwarves. Would that have been a faster way to say it? Can't open the doors, they blow it. Yeah, Meerkat, you freaking nailed it, bud. That's exactly it. Gimli is there in the intro, which is pretty cool. Oh, the natural fiber. Fuck, I forgot to grab natural fiber. Can I just find some hanging around here? I don't think I can. I think I have to travel back. Fucking hell, that's annoying. There are sources of it, but not a ton. And I think we need a decent amount. We need like 30. Yeah, we need 30. It would save myself and everyone else so much trouble if I just went back to the west gate. Let's grab it there. So wasting more time, but that's okay. That's okay. I don't think it's like that big of a journey. Oh, it's because we auto deposit. That's why I was like, how did I accidentally get rid of it? And that's why it was from an errant auto deposit. I need 15 of those guys. Those guys can stay. I do still want like a decent stack of wood. We need the elven wood for sure. Natural fiber is going to be in this one. I'll take just a full stack. Just nice to have on hand. Then we'll pop that in. There we go. I'll do the Horde Fierce perk again, or not perk, but buff. Oh, I guess I can't. I have to. That's kind of annoying. You have to wait for that to go away. You can't refill it on like until the first buff goes away fully. So anyway, I can't remember what the Horde Fierce one does. I think that actually helps with combat. The lore book one and the lore scroll one is more for building stuff. There's like a chance if you have the build lore buff enabled, you have a chance to save on resources when you build something, which is not all that useful because we're not really building a lot of stuff right now, especially not in the field. Now that being said, I am building this. So the entire apparatus has been rebuilt. To hoist us down into the lower deeps we venture. I am so ready. Got a little ladder and everything. We have to fight a Balrog. We did have to fight an Orc warlord last time, and that was an honest-to-goodness boss battle. I have no idea what it's going to entail this time. So I guess we'll find out. Balrogs, maybe? I mean, I would say nothing's off-limits here. We got auto-exec. What's up, bud? Are we going to Isengard? I think I have to be taken to Isengard. To Isengard. To Isengard.
Crystal Descent is beautiful. But what is in the lower deeps?
A fair question. We know there's spodlers down here. I saw a spodler. There's one. A couple spiders. The lower deeps are, sure enough, as the name would imply, even lower deep than this. Oh, is this as far as it goes? All right, we're committed. Because we can block with the axe. Oh, we ran out of stamina. That's why. It's just not as effective, obviously. Which I did get poisoned. We should be able to resist it pretty well. It's just annoying. Stuck on the wall. Get his ass. So lots of spodler guys here. Let's go ahead and take down this guy. I guess I gotta do it this way. Alright, so the poison damage is not great, but we'll be able to tank that shit. So sure enough, more where that came from. This is gonna be a whole excursion here. A whole operation to actually reach the lower deeps this way. Rings of Power. I have not watched any of it yet. I would like to eventually, even though I know a lot has been said about it not being everyone's favorite necessarily. At some point, I'd like to watch at least part of the first season and kind of go from there, but, you know, and I know plenty's been said about it already. But not everybody being the biggest fan of it. I've heard the second season is like better though. I've heard like people are definitely enjoying the second season more. Anything cool in any of these? Hoping for like amethyst. Amethyst is something that I would really like because we've only found one source of it ever. And if I could find more of it, it would be really cool because it would give us some really nifty options for powering up certain weapons. But again, I've only seen it once, and it was from killing a cave troll. And those are not easy things to fight. I suspect we're going to be finding more of them pretty soon, though. I'm also suspecting that there will be some kind of way to get back up to the top, given that the ladder just kind of ended abruptly. Nothing in any of these. Yeah, nothing that is really helpful, unfortunately. Yeah, iron. I sleep. I guess what I could do is it F? Can I like just build one of these? Is that gonna work that way? That seems like it has to like be attached to something. I can't just build it on the ground. So I'd have to either build something else or we have to find something else that'll allow that to actually reach down here. So yeah, so if we get scared and get got, I'll have to get creative. Let's begin our proper descent. There's purple. Oh, that purple stuff right there. That's the curse stuff I was describing earlier, the miasma. For that matter, I do have what is necessary to build this. It just takes wood. Oh wait, no, hold on. F. I do have the wood fibers, the natural fibers rather. So I could build like a bunch of these little ladder fellas, and I might end up doing exactly that when it comes down to it. So I'm kind of curious. What does the quest log say? It just tells us about, yeah, just getting to this point, obviously. All we know is that it's a long way down. What I could also do is build a bridge over to that side. And maybe that's what I should do first. Let's do that first. It's all a little scary, you know, it's all very full of danger and trepidation. But this seems like the least dangerous approach to start things off. Could of course drop down that way as well. Yes, yeah. The drummer from the Roots. Oh gosh, so I appreciate that you followed that up with the haha emote, because you probably know I like that emote. It's the it's a still from that one. What is it? The Lonely Island song with Rihanna, like Quiet Rodney, I think that's what it's called. It remains rope ladders. Yep. We're just talking about those. And by we, I mean me, Alex. Does this actually lead somewhere? Okay, yeah. Well, sort of. It kind of sort of does. It does drop off, but it drops off reasonably well. Was it from the creep? Oh, that might be it. It might have been from the creep. Oop, I want to drop. Okay. Build another bridge. That way, I should go ahead and... Oh, well, that's gonna be a dangerous ventilation spot. Don't want to get got by that. Okay, so Shayna has jumped down. Yeah, I would not be able to survive that jump. It was Nicki Minaj, not Rihanna. Okay. Is that gonna work? Am I allowed to put that there? It looks like it's just floating. Oh, I guess it's technically attached to this piece. It just does not look very stable. Is this hiding something cool? Oddly enough, this is indestructible. I guess it's like part of the... It's like a key part of the decor. They were calling it a lower deep. They were not kidding. They weren't kidding. That deep sure is lower. So what we could do is build... We need to dig into that spot for sure. We could like kind of build a bridge to kind of wind around. Or, that's the thing, I'm looking for like a decent place to kind of lower ourselves slowly but surely. But I think building a bridge across... wooden scraps, is probably the right way to go. We can like sort of lower it down little by little. We just need to get to that little ledge. And there is more on that side. I will explore that side for just a moment. The odd chance there's anything cool here. This is all just regular stone, no soft rock. It's regular stone. Of course, that's all miasma. Don't want to drop down there. There's stuff to like interact with, and of course, obviously, we eventually want to explore down that way. But I think I'm more inclined to see what this is all about. Compacted dirt. This is probably a shortcut to something. But is that something, you might ask? Well, dear viewer, I will tell you that something is me delaying, because I don't know the answer. More spiders, obviously. Of course, it's more spiders. Oh, right, they shoot things. That's a really cool thing they do. Who could forget? A lot of them too. A lot of spodlers. Oh, all the reason for us to get going here. Oh, I can't go any deeper than that. All right. Look at that one shot. Oh. Stand to the sun that are behind me. It charges all the way. We do big damage, and we do... Oh, God, there's plenty more. Plenty more where that came from. See, I was actually hoping to wind up multiple hits. That made me feel like a real gamer. Oh, no, that he interrupted my charge. Interrupted my mojo. There we go. That's that double hit I was looking for. Oh, but they drained all of my armor, by the way. And my guy's starting to get hungry. Should be dangerous out here. That's one spider nest taken out. Some mushrooms for our troubles. Some natural fibers rebuilt. Can get these out, which is nice. We'll eventually want more of those, more of these true quartz. It's not a huge issue right now, but it's something that is a worthwhile resource to strive for sure. Especially because we've only seen some of them, and they're around here basically, in these parts. There we go. More wood scraps, some wood scraps. I mean, we already have like a decent amount of wood scraps, so I'm not too worried about those. Metal fragments, I'll grab some of those. Those are still worthwhile. These seem to always just have the more common gemstones, nothing super surprising. We got plenty of those blue ones. That's not like something we're really struggling for right now. That's of course how we entered here. Strange little spider cavern. Don't tell me this is a dead end, by the way. My puny little hobbit heart wouldn't be able to handle it. Well, there's something up top. Okay, so that actually might lead to something. It looks like a tin vein. Not to be confused with that one metal band where instead of like a vein of tin, it's a vein of dirt when it gets really wet, so it becomes a mud vein. Hilarious. Hilarious, Alex. Let's just assume this is a shortcut. It's very big. So it probably leads to something, right? Right, it's got to lead to something. Alex said desperately. That is stone. That makes me very sad. My guy's getting tired. Oh no. That is not what I was hoping to see. This is not looking good for team hoping for a shortcut. This little spider cavern area is kind of a dead end then. Well, I can't say I didn't see it coming. But to what end? All we really got was like, yeah, you fight some spiders, and yeah, like we were able to kill the spider nest, which is neat. But I would have rather just not have even messed with this terrible place with spiders and infesting it anyway. Seems like the kind of thing you'd want to avoid. Could try digging up, but I think we've seen all there's to see here. I will dig up just to be absolutely sure. Yeah. That is as deep as this thing goes. Okay, well, bit of a time waster, but that's okay. Just think about the lessons you learned along the way. That you can't put a price on that, obviously. Is that a thing? I don't think it is. I think this is an end that is dead. I can hoist myself up. I sure can. Might be a little bit weird, because I think I could just do one of these. There we go. All I gotta do is dip our way down this way. It's the only way. I'm going to do one of these. And hope this is far enough away from the curse. It is far enough away from the curse. And also hope that's enough to not kill me. There we go. Oh, I say that, and it still was kind of shitting on me a little bit there. There we go. Got that one plugged up. Oh, it still got me. Damn, I have like... Well, for one thing, I've lost all my armor. Literally 1 HP. Oh, but, I thought that was a bad guy. Is it... I'm looking like, where's the spot that's still open? I guess it was like... There was like an end to the animation we hadn't quite reached. And it was just being a little scary. So my guy's very low on health. Exhausted. Very hungry. And, it's getting dangerous. I guess I could start going backwards. The tricky thing, of course, is that it's very scary getting back from which we came, but we'll try it. That's the same structure, right? Yes, it absolutely is. We need to build more of those little rope ladder thingamajiggies, which we can do. We can build more of those. Came down from that side, so if I do like... So you don't even have to be like that close necessarily. Oh, but it drops the ladder down. Oh, well, that's nice. I was worried that the ladder, the length of the ladder was kind of limited. That's actually pretty generous then. That makes me feel a little better about the ladders. Because yeah, the little preview makes it seem like it's pretty limited. But maybe not quite as much. So yeah, so if I build basically just another one of these. Oh, not that. F, there we go. Let's see. Shift. Okay, that's as high as I can go then, yeah. I would need to do probably a series of other, like... Actually, or maybe from this side. Maybe this side's the better approach. See how we got this little platform here? This little thingy right here? Can't go any higher than that. That's pretty good, though. Yeah, suddenly this becomes a lot more doable, I think. How do you deal with those vents? You're supposed to just like time it right to be able to fill those little ventilation spots without getting got. Well, like while it's latent, without getting got when it spews upwards suddenly. And usually I feel like my timing is pretty good, but yeah, sometimes I get impatient. I start it probably sooner than I should. Get over to that side, and I think once we're on that side, we'll be in pretty good shape. I can't really, like, go upwards very easily right here. Gonna be a little bit scrungy. Trying to go above. I'm allowed. I'm allowed to go above that thing. It's kind of high up there. Don't know if I'm a big fan of that. Let's see, can I just jump from here? Whoop. There we go. That makes me feel a little better. They go to pretty great lengths to enable you to do like some pretty silly and dumb kinds of builds like that. The fact that I was just able to like kind of slap those platforms together and make it work for me is a little bit silly. But I'm okay with that. I'm okay with an acceptable amount of silly. Last Grand Tour episode, did it air pretty recently? I'll have to ask Aaron when I see him tomorrow because I know he likes that show a lot. End of an era. So how do I get to this guy? I was looking at this moments earlier. I can't go. I need like something to anchor it to. So I was thinking like maybe we were gonna unlock something, but given how quickly my guy has grown weary and to the point of starvation. Wish I could just like put a bunch of boxes right here. It's a shame it just couldn't go down a little bit further. Maybe that's the whole point. Maybe that's why they made it tricky right here. It's happy tears though, yeah. I mean, it's like I said, yeah, the end of an era for sure. But the fact that it's like there's like bittersweet aspects of it. It's not like it's not sad. Well, I mean, of course it's sad too, but it's not like that feeling of like, oh fuck, it ended when it shouldn't have ended. If the idea is like, no, this is it's going out on a good note. 22 years, that's a long fucking time. That's a darn good run no matter how you slice it. That's pretty sweet. And it's like there's just not really much to build off of. It's just kind of in the middle like that. Can you do... Let's see, you can change the distance. What about... Hold on. I know most of the things like this, like wood and stone, like building long things like this. I mean, for one thing, building stairs need to be near a hearth. And those take a lot of resources to build. So you can't just like build like just a casual big platform. It needs to be like on an actual base. Quick deconstruct. Yeah, there are other platform options. Yeah, quick builds. Is there a quick build menu where maybe there's like other options I haven't considered? Nothing that I can see. A simple rope ladder. It'd be nice if I could just attach this to build on a wall specifically. Well, I mean, I could climb over on like one of these areas maybe. I need to use this apparatus. Of course, I could climb on. I could like jump on this guy. But it's pretty limited in what allows us to go from there. Like, so I could like put that guy there. Oh, that's actually very, very low to the ground. The depth perception makes it a little bit tricky sometimes. Rotate. Something like that. It's like that gets us a little bit closer. I cannot attach to something directly to that. Yeah, I know it's gonna get us a little bit short. Yeah, not quite. I mean, I guess I could. It just feels like kind of a skeevy thing to do, but like I guess I could just let my guy die and collect the stuff when I respawn. I sometimes feel that like when I hold shift over a short distance, it's not enough to get a full sprint going. Yeah, like right there I'm not able to sprint, but here I'm able to. Down here, like so, holding shift, it's kind of hit or miss for like getting an actual sprint going. Maybe it's because it's like uneven ground. Maybe that's why. Yeah. I can't seem to get an actual sprint going from there. Is there anything else I can do? Yeah, really, this really, it's unfortunate to have a situation where there's like no going back in a survival crafting game where your guy gets hungry and tired what feels like very quickly. So it's like, well, no, I'm out of, it's not even being out of resources, because I could eat, I could like feed myself, obviously. Do I have what it takes to like build a bedroll? I guess I could, because I don't need to like deposit things necessarily. Where is, oh, I guess be under furnishings? Is a bedroll a furnishing? No, it's more of an essential. Do you need a hearth for a bedroll? Recipes. Like, oh wait, is there a way to look at recipes? Total? Appendices, map. Here. Oh, it's probably in this thing somewhere. It is not. Here we go, recipe list. Is there a global search? No. Do I need a workbench? Bedroll. Huh. Oh, here we go, here we go. Cloth scraps, okay. So, like, I guess if nothing else... Should I build it up here? Right, where I'm safe? Oh, build near a hearth. God damn it. Alright, well, what's it take to build a hearth? Even a small one. Okay, it takes a bunch of coal, yeah. It's something you don't just really... That's something it's kind of hard to just find lying around. Yeah. It's even a bedroll we can't just construct. Because food, we have enough. Like, I've got some travel rations. Like, food's not the issue. Tiredness is the issue. Is there anything else? I can't... Whoop, fix one of these. Yeah, it would fall apart. Same with just building off of this guy. It needs to be, like, on, like, an actual honest-to-goodness wall. Yeah, for some reason, I can't get... It won't let me get an actual sprint going. Maybe you're not allowed to sprint. Like, I can sprint that way. Oh, there we go. There was a sprint. There we go. There we go. So you just have to really, really be like, pixel perfect. Oh. Our guy's losing stamina as he climbs the ladder, though. Okay. That's a little scary. Okay, there we go. That should be enough. Yeah, there's some odd, like, fuzziness to being able to sprint over short distances sometimes. Pressing the button, like press the button, it gets scared sometimes. It gets a little bit odd. It doesn't seem to want to pop when you want it to sometimes. But the good news is we got what we need. So I'm going to fast travel, quote unquote fast travel. Back to the West Gate. My guy is starving, but that's okay. So we have just what we need. Some mushroom stew for our guy. Deposit a number of things. Oddly enough, we did find some coal. Have some food for ourselves. Looks like we have cloth scraps that are incomplete. I would just add this somewhere. And some iron, of course. Oh yeah, two full stacks of that. Put that elsewhere. Put that elsewhere. There we go. Mushroom stew is ready. There we go. And taking naps. And then do a full, like a big meal once again. It is night's time, so we do another one of these things. We'll do meat skewers. While that's happening, we get repaired up. We have still plenty of metal fragments. Good there. Get ourselves fed. Is there anything else that we need to maintain or manage? Because right now, quest-wise, the only thing really is still the lower deeps. We haven't gotten anything else or anything new from the quest log. Durin's axe is something we're still looking for, but nothing that's active right now. I'm gonna move this. There we go. Mm-mm-mm. 34 seconds. Anything else I wanted to do? I guess in that 34 seconds I can go ahead and do the various buffs where we look at gold and feel really proud of what we've done previously. There we go. Get that. And then I think the lore scroll and the lore books offer the same benefits, but the books are more filled up. So I'll look at books and feel really proud of myself. There we go. As an apprentice, or to attempt to read these or to do the same thing, yeah, it would attempt to give the same buff, but you can't double up on the same buff. Wait the meats. We're all set. Let's venture back out once again. Back to the descent. Confirm. Dungeon Keeper, absolutely, Michael, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I could very much see the Dungeon Keeper vibes as a way to... What was that used as in Dungeon Keeper? Was that to lure the heroes? That's kind of cool. You can hold it out in your hand as well. It's kind of nice. Doesn't seem like it would do too much of a difference. You can punch with it. Oh, I probably shouldn't punch that, though. Yeah, it's a way to, like, lure the heroes. The would-be heroes. Oh, and for paying your minions. Okay. That makes sense, too. I've only, like, played the game a little bit. I've watched some people play it. Dungeon Keeper 2 specifically. That's a cool game. That's a cool game, and I really should do, like a full... Like a proper playthrough of that game at some point. I like how it tells me to punch, but there's nothing to punch right here, so... Or there's no way to punch from here. Alright, so... Once again, we descend. Thanks to you couldn't even, like, build past those little crystal things if you wanted to. It's looking for convenient descending options. What we could do is maybe descend down this way. Need resources. Oh, I lost all my wood. Oh, shit. It probably got auto-deposited. Damn it, that sucks. Well, man, I'm gonna need a lot of wood for this exploring. That's really a bummer. Do I have to go all the way back and lose a bunch of energy and hunger? Shit. Or is there enough around here that I can make do with? I might be able to, like, kind of fudge it. Because there's a decent bit just kind of lying around here. Yeah, I could probably make do with some of this. No one's gonna miss it. They make good pull for that, for being out of wood, for needing more wood. Is it a lack of wood or a lack of, like, effective wood? Wood that needs to perform better. Wish I could make stone platforms if that was an option, but there's no lack of stone around here. Plenty of that. Sadly, you must pay the workers' wages. The pause are at it again, darling. Yeah, Dungeon Keeper 2, that was a big one for sure. That's so fun, though. That's so fun. I feel like I might be making something up here. Is my brain misremembering that there was, like, some kind of, like, mobile-only Dungeon Keeper thing? Like, not like a sequel or even like a spiritual successor, but there was, like, people on the internet were excited because they were like, a Dungeon Keeper thing just got announced. It's a mobile thing. It's like one of those kinds of situations where we were excited for 12 seconds and then our hopes were dashed. Also, this is the strongest wood in the goddamn world, apparently. I just need the scraps, man. Doesn't have to be anything fancy, and yet. And it gave all that for 2 pieces of wood. Was it worth it? Debatable. This is probably enough what we're going for here. We definitely don't need this one. Well, there was Diablo Immortal. There was Diablo. You guys have phones, right? I mean, there's that. Obviously, that was of course a classic. That old chestnut. But no, for some reason I was thinking there was also some kind of snafu that happened with the Dungeon Keeper thing. I could be misremembering. Yeah. Yeah, people were calling it Diablo Immoral for a bit there. That was kind of fun. Yeah. And the red shirt guy, when there was the Q&A, the first guy comes up, he's like, "Yeah, is this an out of season April Fool's joke?" Man, oh man. That shit was like a while ago, wasn't it? Wasn't that shit like, it was pre-COVID. Wasn't that like 8 years ago or some shit? Holy shit. I can hardly believe it's been that long. It was a whole thing. It was 10 years ago, like some kind of mobile thing. Yeah, that's probably it. So when I said it was recent, same kind of thing. What my brain actually meant is 10 years ago, because 2014 is just a couple years ago, right, guys? Right, guys? Oh god, I'm so lonely. Oh god, we're all old. We're all dying. Oh fuck. Oh god. The existential dread. Don't let it seep in. Don't let it in. Ah. Too late. Left shift to raise it up. Raising it up and waxing it down. There we go. It's gonna lead right into Poison Lands. 2018. Okay, so not 8 years ago, 6 years ago. Totally different. It was pre-COVID though. Pre-COVID times, a simpler time, if you will. Do one of those on this side as well. A lot has been said about that because, like, it was such a shit show. And of course, it's weird because it was, I want to say, like the second or third time that people were feeling bamboozled by Blizzard for BlizzCon, because they were like, because I remember my buddy Justin at the, I remember he was like, "Yo, Blizzard's got something. They're cooking up something, man, for BlizzCon this year." They keep like hinting at some Diablo-related news, and of course, at the time, there had been no announcement yet about Diablo 4. So a lot of people are like, "All right, we're gonna get a new mainline Diablo game now." It's like, it's happening, boys. Holy shit! Hold on to your dicks. And I think the year prior, before, or maybe it wasn't the 1 year prior, but maybe like 1 or 2 years prior. They were like, "All right, big Diablo news coming, baby. Here it is. Big Diablo news. Holy shit, it's a Diablo 3 expansion where they added Necromancer." And I think a lot of people were like, "This is cool, but not really what we were hoping for. We wanted something big." And then, like, they did something similar to that another time or two, like the next year. So, like, there was a couple times where Diablo fans were getting blue balls. But then, yeah, they were like, "Oh my god, big Diablo news. You guys are gonna love this." And people were like, "It's happening. Oh my god. Ron Paul is gonna make anime real." And yeah, they were like, "Here we go. Diablo Immortal. Oh boy." And just like the energy just gets sucked out of the crowd. Everyone's like, "Oh my fucking god, kill me now." And for those of you who regularly tune in, you've probably heard me give this spiel before, where I feel like maybe the reaction to the Diablo Immortal deal was maybe just a little bit unfair, right? I mean, on the one hand, I get it. Diablo fans, I get it. I'm a Diablo fan. I understand, like, the notion of being like, "Man, I was really hoping for something more." But also, like, consider how long it took between Diablos 2 and 3. Like, Diablo 2 was like 2001 or 2002, and Diablo 3 was like 2011. So it's like, I don't know, we waited a long time between those games. Or, you know, long wait times is something that is not unfamiliar to us. And also, like, there were signs they were working on it. So it's like, did we really need to, like, have that be the collective response? Because the reality is that the Diablo Immortal team was not the same people making Diablo 4, obviously. They weren't the same people working on it. Pretty sure they, like, contracted out another development firm. I don't think Blizzard, I mean, maybe they developed it in-house. I don't know. If they would have developed it in-house, it was a separate team, obviously. So I'm just thinking, like, did we really need to shit on those guys live on stage like that? I mean, yeah, I mean, the memes were funny. And, you know, the whole "do you guys not have phones" line, that was a little bit unfortunate, right? But, like, at the same time, though, it's like, is this really necessary? Like, yeah, I get it. Like, I don't give a shit about smartphone games. But do we need to dunk on them? Was that necessary? I guess it was, like, funny. Like, the vibes are funny, I guess. But, like, I don't know. It's weird to me, the idea of, like, here's a press conference for a thing, and for the general reaction to be like, this isn't the thing I wanted. It's like, well, that's fine. You don't, you know, not everybody has to be here for it, but, like, if the whole response is, fuck you, we don't want this. Like, I don't know. It's like, some people wanted it, because people were playing it for sure, obviously. A lot of people did play it, at least for a little bit, so it's like, there was a audience for it. And, like, you think of the developers up on stage, because it's like, I think the way that went is that they didn't have, like, spokespeople. I think the people on stage were some of the folks that actually made the game. So, like, you know, these were dudes who were like, hey, we want to show this cool thing that we made, and everyone's like, fuck you, and it's like, but we made this. Can't we show this? Like, I'm sorry, it's like, it wasn't their decision to not make Diablo 4, obviously, you know, don't kill the messenger. So, I don't know. I have mixed feelings, anyway, about how that all went down, because the memes are funny. But I feel like maybe it was a little bit displaced, and I don't know if it's aged the bestliest in the grand scheme of things. Yo, 2 for 1 special? Beautiful. And this is coming from a person who is, you know, very much a card-carrying Diablo fanboy. Did I run out of the juice? Did I run out of stamina? Never. Never out of stamina. I would like to get to the nest that birthed those fellers. That birthed them. That's all I want. Just Strife Haze. Predatory monetization? Oh, yeah. I mean, that's another reason why people are calling it Diablo Immoral. And let's be real, it's a smartphone game, so it's already gonna be predatory and, like, questionable and fucky. So to that end, like, yeah, I get it. You know, that is something I would gladly shit on. It's a mobile game, therefore, like, you know, it's gonna be skeevy as fuck. Like, that is very much correct. Yeah. PS2 isn't retro, Alex. Well, the problem is we're partly correct. PS2 is retro. The other unfortunate thing is that PS3 is considered retro in some circles. Oh, that's one that's hard to swallow, man. You're starting to see things like PS3 show up in, like, the retro section of, like, websites and shit like that. That's one where I'm like, oh god, it hurts. Oh god, I can feel my fragile, shitty little body withering away as we speak. It was a pretty decent game. That's the fucked up thing, is that I've heard gameplay-wise, Diablo Immortal kind of slaps. I've heard it's, like, a good game. It's just, like, the balance and the pay-to-win and, like, monetization aspect is, like, stupid fucked. But, like, the pacing of it is fucked up and stupid. But, like, the gameplay is, like, pretty alright. Like, pretty darn cool. So if you could, like, I don't know, somehow hack, like, I don't know, mod the game somehow to be less, like, predatory and fucky, and, like, make the balance less unfortunate, then you'd have, like, a competent game on your hands. He just playing until you hit the paywall. What's up, Thespio? Thespio? It's like that voice crack. Thespio! Trying to say their name, and my voice cracks because I'm 35 going on 13. It was a different developer, or yeah, because I mean it was published by Blizzard, obviously, but yeah, I think you're right. I think it was developed by a different team. So yeah, so that means that Blizzard wasn't even allocating development resources to make Diablo Immortal. So like the people being like, "Fuck you, this isn't what we wanted." It's like it's not impeding anything. But at the same time, though, I understand, like, you know, people were, it was the heat of the moment, right? People wanted the big news, and they kept getting blue balls, so the disappointment, I guess, isn't surprising. It's, I don't know, again, you heard me say the whole diatribe where it's like, I have mixed feelings about just that whole deal. Different other company used in other mobile games. Oh, so there you go. So it wasn't even like all made, like, it wasn't all bespoke necessarily. It was like using existing engines. They weren't as advanced. Do we not have Genshin? That's a good question. When did Genshin come out? For some reason I thought that was like 20... 16 or 17, but honestly, I can't remember. Genshin Impact is pretty fucking wild too, honestly, because I've never played it, but I've watched a lot of people play it. Same with like Honkai Rail and some of these others. And what's the big one? The Triple Z game that has the rat lady that everyone's horned over? Like, there's some really wild and like interesting and seemingly awesome mobile games out there. And I feel like Immortal came out around the same time. Well, I don't know. I thought maybe Genshin might have predated it by a little bit. But my time frame's kind of all over the place, honestly. The creative heads that got booed. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they weren't developers. Well, I don't know. Maybe they were like senior developers, but they were some of the people at the top, though. Is what Thespio was saying. Play it on iPad, yeah. Now, I mean, kind of out of principle, I tend to avoid mobile games. The last time I played a mobile game was the original Angry Birds. And it was a fun little time waster. But I was like, eh. The only reason I played Angry Birds is because my first smartphone did not have a data plan. Because out of principle, I did not want to like pay for a data plan because I thought it was a ripoff. And let's be real, it kind of is. And I was able to have a phone that didn't have a data plan because nowadays it's kind of required. You kind of really can't get a smartphone without a data plan. So it was Wi-Fi only. So if I'm at the doctor's office and there's not like, or like the dentist office waiting room area and I need to kill 10 minutes and they don't have Wi-Fi, I would just whip out and play like smartphone games. Like, again, like Angry Birds, that kind of shit. I couldn't just peruse social media. Nowadays, not so much. Of course, I have a data plan now and I've been suckered in. But yeah, that was my big thing. So yeah, so nowadays it's kind of a different story. But back then it was kind of a nice little time waster. Drop this way. If it'll let me. There we go. Boop. What's up, Zabatsu? If Diablo Immortal would have done poorly, would it have delayed other things? That's a good question. If Diablo Immortal... Oh, you mean like from the budgetary perspective? That is something I guess I hadn't really considered. When I think of development resources, I think more about manpower. I mean, Blizzard's such a big company, you would think they wouldn't be like reliant on income from something like Diablo Immortal for the next project. You'd think they'd have enough other revenue streams with the other games they make and support. But honestly, I don't know what kind of margins they run on. Maybe it's not so, you know, so maybe the pastures aren't so green, so... Guess that's something I hadn't really thought about, Zabatsu. You raise a fair point. Genshin was 2020? Wow, I thought it was like 2017. Holy shit. Genshin just feels like it's been around forever, honestly. Oh, but it did predate Immortal. Oh, but not the announcement. That's the key then. Gotcha. Okay, so it popped up kind of in between. Because yeah, Immortal took a while to come out, didn't it? $20, yeah, 10 megabytes for 20 bucks a month. Yeah, it was like, I mean, this was like back in the day where data caps were like very much the norm. So yeah, you were paying like exorbitant prices for like data caps that would be laughed, that would like have you laughed out of the office of like an AT&T meeting room or something like that if it was like for home internet, obviously. So many dollars per month for like 2 gigabytes of download and I guess also upload, or maybe separately. I can't remember what those rates were, but like it was some number of dollars per month for like 2 gigabytes, and it's like, that's just laughable. So I thought it was a ripoff, and again, it kind of is in the grand scheme of things. And I was like, I was waging a one-man protest, trying to stave off the inevitable, but we all knew where that was going, obviously. It was also frustrating because I remember at the time, I think it was AT&T, they were offering some, I think with like iPhones, I can't remember what exactly it was, but there was some kind of deal where they were offering, their whole deal was infinite data plans. Their whole, it was like very expensive, but it was like some kind of like data plans with no cap on it. No cap, which is to say no capital amount. Yeah, it's there no limit basically. And it was like a pretty high price, but it was like if you were a power user, it made decent sense. But they eventually went back on their word and they were like, actually, we're changing that plan now. I think they ended up lowering the price a little bit, but still they were like, yeah, this unlimited data plan thing is going away. So it's kind of a bait and switch, right? Like for the power users, of whatever this was, AT&T, I think. They were basically told like, yeah, here's an option for you guys, and they were told, just kidding, we're taking this plan away. Fuck you. So it's like there were all these things that I thought on principle were just shitty, and I was like, I want nothing to do with it, so I resisted as long as I could. But you know, like I said, it's no surprise that I lost in the end, but that's all right. I was looking to see if this would lead anywhere. It doesn't, obviously. I feel like I should have saw that coming. That was going to lead nowhere. Like a poor performing game would just... Oh, right. Like, from the perspective of... It made money, but, like, it damaged a reputation. Like, that kind of idea, Zabatsu. It's certainly possible. I mean, I would have assumed that they would have realized, like, mainline games versus spin-off games for, like... You know, a series like Diablo that, you know, kind of put Blizzard on the map originally. You would think that that would be important enough where they wouldn't shutter the idea of more Diablo games like that quickly from one poorly received game, but at the same time, Zabatsu, this is Blizzard we're talking about, so I mean, you raise a fair point. Maybe the people at the top were, you know, I mean, again, this is Blizzard. They don't always make decisions that I personally agree with, or really a lot of us in general. So yeah, maybe to that point, maybe it could have potentially risked something. I mean, I would assume that given the circumstances, again, the fact that it's Diablo we're talking about, and that like that's a pretty big one as far as like, you know, OG Blizzard things are concerned. But yeah, that's you bring up points that I hadn't really considered before, so it's a fair thing to mention. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because it's like I've stumbled into, like, Zoomer speak. No cap. For real, on God. Yeah, marketing terminology, honestly. So, Meerkat, you still have it, though. Yeah, you probably know about this plan that I'm referring to. I just... Those kinds of skeevy practices I thought were shitty. But it's good that there was a grandfathering option, because for some reason I thought, like, it was a bait and switch for existing power users. I guess that's the thing, that maybe existing power users didn't get screwed over, which is nice. There's always considered the unhealthy bloat that AAA studios have, and you're not wrong. The cost for making games is redonk. Oh, look at this floating box. Anything in there? Just more wood scraps. Delicious, delicious wood scraps. How is me hitting this damaging the thing over there? I guess these barrels are... Oh. There we go. Why was that so hard? We have 71 wood right now. I'll continue grabbing it until we have a full stack, but I don't think I have to obsess about it quite as much. Coolest games have been indie. Oh yeah, I'm right there with you. When it comes to like creative and interesting games, yeah, the indie kind of sphere, the indie ecosystem is like doing weird and experimental stuff. Most people I don't think go to AAA games for experimental games or like something groundbreaking or like weird, and there are exceptions. I think there are exceptions where there's a big budget AAA game that does something interesting and weird and creative. But for the most part, yeah, for the really weird, experimental kind of like genre, maybe not defining, but like genre like questioning stuff. Yeah, you go to indie games for that kind of stuff. For a lot of us, and I don't mean us like the people in this chat room right now in this chat, but like just people that play games. The gamers with a capital G, they don't buy like a new AAA game, you know, they don't buy like a new Assassin's Creed game or a new Call of Duty game because they're looking for something that's going to push boundaries. They want, you know, it's like a, you know, you go to an Applebee's, you expect an Applebee's experience. You go to Starbucks, you expect the Starbucks experience with the Starbucks menu. It's like, you know, you buy one of those AAA games because you know what you're getting. You're not really expecting any like major surprises, and that's fine. I'm not like saying that that's bad. I'm not gonna be like AAA bad. There's AAA things that I like. You know, I would say by most measures Nintendo is a AAA studio, and I like a lot of Nintendo games, so I'm part of the problem in that sense. I'm curious if that was gonna lead anywhere. We are getting closer, well, closer to the bottom, so we got a long way to go, and my guy's already getting exhausted. When the game was the product, yeah, as opposed to like the game is the service, that kind of notion. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't even think microtransactions are that harmful nowadays. they're annoying, but I can ignore them. What gets me is the games as a service. When the game has to be a forever game. You know, the game has to be a Fortnite with a like ever-evolving ecosystem. And if it's not going to be that service that performs and like lasts for, you know, a decade plus and is profitable all that time, then it needs to be yanked from servers. Like that's for me personally is the where the big sad happens. That Blizzard wouldn't think Diablo was a profitable IP. I think it would take more than just one shitter than one like, you know, crappy thing. But I think what Zabatsu's getting at is like a decent principle, which is to say, like, you know, if maybe not from this one instance, but from enough of those kinds of things, enough of those like ventures, you know, like in a general sense, that it could lead to questioning of a you know, the viability of a beloved series or a beloved franchise. So maybe not Diablo Immortal necessarily, like specifically. Like the notion of like, oh shit, if we don't shit on this enough and Blizzard feels emboldened to make a Diablo Immortal 2 and then a 3 and then a 4 and they all suck shit. And would that be enough for the incompetent individuals at Blizzard to say, well, I guess they don't want Diablo 4 because they didn't play other Diablo game. Even though they're all very different games made by different studios. The question of like, you know, could you trust Blizzard leadership to not get the wrong idea and not, you know, run away with it? I think what Ogasa's getting at, it's like, it's a stretch, I think is fair. But I think it's also fair to say, like, the principle of the matter is a valid specter to raise. A valid and unpleasant specter. 20 billion articles about how much bullshit. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's kind of why I brought it up, because, like, that was such a shit show. And I would argue was maybe a little bit unfair. The whole, like, you know, dogpiling on Diablo Immortal. Kind of like dogpiling on Concord, right? Dogpiling on Concord was, like, kind of funny and silly. And I will admit, some of the memes have been kind of funny and silly. And in all fairness, what was the developer, right? Or was it a Sony published game? I can't remember who published it, but similar kind of thing there, where it's like, this wasn't like a huge surprise. It's another like games as a service kind of game. They wanted it to be a forever game. It's definitely not going to pan out that way for them. It's like they should have seen this coming, obviously. But I don't know. Dancing on its grave, I don't know if it does a whole lot of us too much good, because I mean, you know, there were people that worked really hard to make that game. So like that's kind of a bummer, obviously. It's more like I'm more like disappointed than I am like gleefully happy that it you know, that Concord's being taken offline. It's like I'm sure there are people that are sad about that. So I don't know, but at the same time, again, the memes are I'd be lying if I said if I never laughed at a single one of the memes before. So I'd be a bald-faced liar. So I'm somewhere in the middle. Alright, so we finally reached the bottom, and once again, my guy is starving and dying and hungry. And honestly, the hungry part is not the issue, but yeah, the stamina part is very much the issue, so I'm gonna have to start climbing back up again. The amount of time required to make a game that is actually unique, yeah, it's a lot of resources and time, manpower for sure. If it doesn't make all the money, it's going to be canceled. Games don't have to be costly to develop. I mean, they don't have to. You're right. They don't have to be costly, but that's how things are shaking up. Yeah, for like AAA studios. I still enjoy some AAA studios. Pokemon bums you out. I know Pokemon's an odd case because, yeah, like, last couple, like, major Pokemon releases have been disappointing for some folks. I mean, I haven't played a mainline Pokemon game in a long fucking time. We're talking like 15 some odd years. But I know the last couple of generations, the mainline games have been kind of so-so. Although I've heard that like Legends Arceus was good. So it seems like that's like more of where a lot of us are having glimmers of hope. It's like maybe less the mainline games, but like the Legends series, like some of the spin-offs being more interesting. Nintendo innovates. I mean, Mario Wonder is a good example of that. You know, it's a Mario game, yes, and you know, we all know what we're getting when we buy a Mario game, but the fact that they're still like doing weird, innovative, and like experimental stuff is pretty impressive. So yeah, so that's neat. That's neat, and it's, on the one hand, I understand when people are like, "Oh my god, another Mario game! Wow, how could they possibly make man who jumps on things more interesting?" But they managed to do it, which is impressive. So that's something that I'm happy about personally. There was a lot of protests about exploitative mobile games. Yeah, I mean there was definitely protests, but I don't know. I don't know how much of that translates to like the common gaming public that doesn't necessarily follow gaming journalism sites, that kind of thing. I guess yeah, that's a fair point too. You'd think that Blizzard would have gotten the message, especially at BlizzCon. Well, I guess that's what they were hoping for. They were hoping that the input that they were receiving at that time was just like, oh, don't worry about them. That's just like people. That's just like, you know, a loud, but maybe not representative minority. Maybe they were hoping that like, nah, once the common public sees it, then they're gonna get it. At least that's what I would assume Blizzard was probably thinking, because they charge full speed ahead. Yeah, it's like, yeah, the question about like, yeah, like, you know, the articles being written about it, that kind of thing, and, you know, just general like awareness being raised. How much that actually like translates to like general widespread awareness, because like, you know, there are those that's like, oh hey cool, new Diablo thing just, you know, came out. Person who doesn't really follow any gaming journalism sites, but is like vaguely into gaming. I guess that's the thing, that the kind of person that is into Diablo you would think would be like quote unquote hardcore enough to be following like the normie sites. Is it so weird trying to get a sprint going? There we go. Yes, I have to kind of have like run in circles for a bit to get the speed going. Market research and design. That's a fair point. It took them like 8 years to make that game. So maybe if the development life cycle wouldn't have taken so long. Oh man, it's so weird. I wish I could build like a longer runway. Yeah, 8 years. 8 years. That's wild. Was it unfairly received? Oh, I should probably clarify. I don't think like, I mean like unfairly received necessarily. I mean, I think like the people like dogging on the dudes on stage, I think was a little bit, that's the part that like makes me feel a little weird. That's the extent of what I was getting at. Like the whole like, don't you guys have phones thing. Like that part made me be like, that seemed like a weird moment to coalesce on. I think the general widespread reception of Diablo Immortal was pretty warranted, honestly. Cooking prime rib, hand out canned tuna. Yeah. To that end, yeah, like getting people hyped, that I can kind of get to. Yeah. The idea of like, yo, it's a big Diablo thing. You better tune in for BlizzCon. Holy shit. It's like I get it, but there's also a part of me that's like, did it have to be this way? You know, that I'm somewhere in the middle. Here, is that enough of a runway? There we go. Whoop. There we go. We got there. Scarlet and Violet you didn't love? Was that before Sword and Shield? Go win back and played Soul Silver. That's cool. Oh, wrong side. Before they had like 1 billion Pokemon, yeah. Yeah, the mainline Pokemon games have gotten a lot easier for sure. That's a tricky thing too, trying to like, you know, sacrificing depth and complexity and difficulty to cater more towards like more people playing the games and more people beating the games. Like, that's a tricky balance too. Because I do appreciate the challenge, but I'm not surprised that they've focused more on, like, making it a little bit more easier, a little bit more mainstream friendly. Sweet. They were expecting people to complain but still buy it. I mean, there is some degree of that. I mean, I'm sure the bad PR and like Ogasa was saying, like all the people just shitting on the game, like I'm sure that was something that Blizzard wasn't happy about. Like, to Ogasa's point, surely they had to have been aware of it, right? Oh, I didn't want to take all, I wanted to deposit. Like, surely they had to have been aware of the bad PR and like, you know, they could try to ignore it all they could, but like, come on, guys. Like, surely that was like, this wasn't a surprise, right? Surely somewhere along the way, they could only ignore it for so long. You would think. So we got lots of rocks, obviously. Oh, but once again, I accidentally deposited the wood. Oh, wait, no, the wood's down here. Oh, there we go. The coal I will deposit. But we don't need the coal. Boop. And then we'll go in and do it. Take a little. Actually, no. Let's repair stuff first. Do other housekeeping. Level scaling would have been nice, maybe. Level scaling is tricky. I think it can be done well, but yeah, that's a tricky one for sure. I think some games do it better than others. When I think of level scaling, I think of Oblivion and how that's like, oh, level scaling made that game rough for me near the end. Becomes a bit of a slog at the end. Lots of Pokemon though. Yeah, it gets hard. It gets hard, and of course there's the inevitable instances where like there are Pokemon games that just don't have all the Pokemon just because there just can't be. We can't just have all the Pokemon because there's just no room. There's no room for all of them. Much like how there's no room for me to store any more stone. Despite 3 tiers of stone pallets, goddamn. Shit's getting out of hand. Take a nappy. Overwatch was 2016, yeah. 2016, man, oh man. It's the morning, time to make my guy breakfast. Let's make one of these. A mushroom scramble. Delicious. Scarlet and Violet are the most... Oh, you're right. Those are the most recent ones. You're right. You're absolutely right, Moonspine. Hey, what's up, Jesse? Battle Royales, extraction shooters, MOBAs. Actually, I guess MOBAs were before Overwatch was like the genre... Well, genre defining. Or like even generation defining thing. I don't know. It feels like... Yeah, MOBAs were like the big thing. And then hero shooters a la Overwatch. And then extraction shooters. Battle Royales. Yeah. I guess like the flavor of the... Not even flavor of the month. Like the genre of the generation. If that's an acceptable term to use. Has like, you know, it kind of shifts every so many years. The difficulty made things rewarding. Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky because, you know, that's something I've thought a lot about with regards to, like, my favorite. Everyone get ready to take a drink. Get your beverages ready. Here it is. Morrowind. Because, you know, I love to talk about Morrowind. I love the game's complexity and its difficulty. But I'm not surprised that with every subsequent Elder Scrolls release, they've simplified and made the games a little bit easier. I don't want to say that, like, Skyrim's easy mode necessarily, but it's definitely more simple and less... has less depth, and generally is easier to play than Morrowind. And Oblivion, for that matter. Oh, I don't want that. No, get that thing out of here. And to that end, it's, you know, to make the games more playable, so more people actually play them. It's not a bad thing necessarily. It's just not what I want. It's not all about what I want. Except yes, it is, because I'm the streamer and it's all about me. Of course, I'm kidding, but that's a tricky balance to maintain, and it's like there's no way to make everybody happy, obviously. No way to make everybody happy, but it's a great way to make a lot of people big mad. Go ahead and fast travel. Oh, but only after I study things and look at books. Actually, I'm not going to bother looking at books. I'm just going to look at gold. Boop. Appeal to the older fans by having Pikachu and Charizard. But also appeal to kids, yeah. Yeah, they're trying to make everybody happy. And with inconsistent results. That's my takeaway. The main story of Pokemon is the tutorial, the campaign mode. Congratulations, now for multiplayer. Yeah, of course that's how it is for some games too. The plot gets dumber for the Pokemon games. That wouldn't surprise me. Although, I don't know, when I think of Pokemon, I don't really, even the original games, the plot and like the kinds of people you interacted with were not always that huge of a draw for me personally. Like I think about like Red and Blue. What's the plot in Red and Blue? I don't know. Elite Four, I guess. Like, I want to be a Pokemon master. But I guess that's the thing. Like, there were side quests. There was like cool NPCs you would sometimes find. Maybe that's not a good starting point though, because Pokemon Red and Blue was like really hardware limited. I would assume that like, I don't know, like Ruby and Sapphire and Emerald probably like had like a cool storyline probably. Or like Black and White. Like I bet some of those got like kind of cool. Having never played any of them, the last for full disclosure here, the last Pokemon game I would have played was Pokemon Gold, Silver, or Gold and Silver. I'm not talking like, you know, the remakes. I'm talking like the original Gold and Silver. So I'm an old aging hobbit, old and out of practice hobbit. MOBAs said you could have different heroes instead of classes. That's a fair point too. I guess like there's an aspect of MOBAs that kind of shifted into hero shooters. I could kind of see that argument of like an evolution. What's up, Mr. Game and Browser? We got Aaron in the house. What's up, buddy? It's good to see you, dude. How did I descend from here? I'm trying to see. Oh, I would have had to have gone this way. Nowhere else to go but this way. Play Morrowind more. Moon's fine. It's one of my favorites. It's always one I'm happy to simp for. Always and forever. Now, if I wanted to, I could descend more this way. A little bit scary. It's a big drop. Keep going this way. Easy mode is your weapon hits when you swing it. Morrowind's combat is some bullshit. Well, I mean, I like it. I like Morrowind's combat, but the opposed die roll system for Morrowind is not everyone's favorite. The number of times, yeah, where you like swing your weapon with like no stamina, and your weapon physically is like hitting the enemy, but it just doesn't do a hit. It's like, what the hell? It is annoying. I usually see that more of like, it's not that I miss, it's that I didn't penetrate their armor. It's like in Dungeons and Dragons where like the DM is like, okay, well, that attack roll was just a little bit shy of their armor class, so in the flavor text, you hit them, but it didn't break through their armor, so it did no damage. So it's like, that's kind of how I reason it. But no, I get it, though. I understand why the opposed die roll system of Morrowind is infuriating to some. It's good to see you, by the way, Jesse. How far am I? I think I'm like, we're cooking. We're past, if you, let's see, you said you're in like, oh yes, I am still in the first camp, yeah. So if you know about that, yeah, we're past like the Elven area. And we're going towards the lower deeps. This is the Crystal Descent, which is a pretty major gate, like a kind of touch point in the overall progression. But we still have a long way to go for sure. Still lots to do. So much to do, so much to see, as the great philosophers of our time once stated, once sang. Oh, and then the asymmetric horror games. Oh yeah. Well, when I think of like. Hold on, like the versus games, because at first I thought you meant like Phasmophobia, but that's more of a co-op thing than anything else. Let's drop down over here. Though maybe I dropped down over on that side already. It doesn't really matter. Let's just drop down here. It don't matter. None of this matters. Boop. And then fight the spoilers. There's a lot of them. I wonder, can I just like... actually only take a few hits, so I'd probably save myself the trouble. I just do standard attacks versus having to bother with the charge attacks. I thought they were like more healthy than I was giving them credit, so I was originally just going for the charge attacks, but that's not really necessary. Alright, so what's the deal from the wizards that have been here? There's a really nice plot in Ruby Sapphire. Yeah, because when I think of Pokemon, I don't even think of a plot. in-game dungeon in Scarlet and Violet was kind of cool. See, but that's the thing. It's like you have to play all the way through it, obviously. Move the truck to find the Mew. Yeah, I promise, bro. You use strength on the truck, and that's where Mew is. I promise, bro. Tharkun. Faint foulness in the air. A wizard searches for Thrain. A faint foulness in the air. Who farted? What's up, Muddy? Yeah, Pokemon fight each other. That's it. That's all the depth you need. You're not wrong. That kind of is all the depth you need for a successful Pokemon game. Oh, we found the fancy wood. Finally, we found the fancy wood. So now we can make looms. It's only a matter of time before we start to see it. Like weird little mushroom fellers. Yes. Yes, finally. We knew it would show up eventually, so we need to use this to make a gem cutter. As well as a couple of other nice things back at the base. Mischance belongs in turn-based, yeah. I don't mind it, because, you know, in 2001, I think is when Morrowind came out. That kind of was the standard. But yeah, I also don't mind when someone's like, oh my god, it's so weird and so antiquated. Because it is. It is... It's a little bit out of a place at a time. It's a pretty cool game so far. I'm really digging it so far. I mean, to be honest, I actually wish there was maybe a bit more lore in this game. I mean, maybe there could still be some. I don't actually know if I'm getting anything out of this. Making the noise like it was kind of getting something. It might not be though. Just curious to see if we get more quartz out of this. It's a fun game though, for sure. And yeah, okay, so that's just it. It doesn't get us anything here. Just horror games with like some procedural generation, such as Phasmophobia or like Demonologist, or yeah, like those kinds of games. Because yeah, I don't know if they're like quite as much of a mainstream phenomenon as something like, you know, MOBAs and like extraction shooters have been, because I would say extraction shooters are still kind of like the, I would say probably like is the like the reigning like genre right now, like the hot genre. But I mean, you know, Lethal Company, Phasmophobia, that kind of experience is a big one for sure. Match. Lots of spodlers. Ouch. And we got him. Only took a little bit more damage, so we're getting there. Although I did lose a good chunk of armor there. Can I fix this thing from here? We need more true quartz, and we need the fancy granite, which we cannot mine yet. But eventually. Eventually. In fact, we might have enough. We might have found enough of the stuff to get us the next major upgrade for the pickaxe, which might be what we can use to mine the true quartz, the fancy granite. Yeah, I wouldn't call it asymmetric horror, but multiplayer, like, co-op horror experience. I think that's still, like, a valid, like, and very popular genre. Go around this side, actually. This is a place to go. What I'm gonna do is actually, I'm gonna like carve around so I can explore that other side, because I see more quartz to retrieve. There we go. Anomaly walking simulator game. Those can be fun too. That style of game. I wouldn't exactly call it like a popular, like a mainstream popular phenomenon, but I enjoy that style of game. I remember there was a time when walking simulator was kind of used as like a as a as a means to deride a game, a derisive term. But I enjoy it. And it's an extension of like a turn-based game, basically. Yeah, Eye of the Beholder, yeah. It's just a live-action version, or not live-action, but a real-time version of that. But yeah, it's the hit chances and the opposing die rolls. It's very old school in that sense. What would I call an extraction shooter? When I think of extraction shooters, I think of Escape from Tarkov, or Hunt Showdown, or any kind of game where you like squad up with the homies, you load in, and you can like find cool stuff and like cool stuff to like add to your gear, but if your character dies, you lose what you were carrying. So it's a very popular multiplayer PvP and or PvE kind of subgenre right now. Definitely like a mainstream one right now, especially because a bunch of them are either free to play, such as Escape from Tarkov, or in the case of Hunt Showdown, just you buy it once and you're good to go. It's just standard retail. Yeah, we actually played Hunt Showdown for the first time ever, for me at least, last week, and I thought it was cool, but I could kind of tell it's like I don't think this is the kind of game I would really want to play outside of playing with friends every once in a while. Playing on stream, it's like it's cool, but I just don't know if it's like something that I'd really be able to like keep my enthusiasm for necessarily. Almost done with the quartz over here. Yeah, it's definitely popular. I don't know if maybe it's like a bit of a misnomer to imply that it's like the most popular thing right now, because battle royales are probably still the de facto. The Fortnites and the PUBGs, that kind of thing. But yes, but Tarkov is very much a very popular phenomenon. I would say it's, for at least some people, it's eclipsed the Rainbow Six Siege crowd when it comes to like a very technical and kind of like detail-oriented first-person shooter, team-based or squad-based first-person shooter. Of course, Rainbow Six Siege is a weird example because that's also kind of a hero shooter, but not really, because like you have the operators obviously, but so to that end it's kind of like a hero shooter, but the tacticalness of it makes it more of a tactics-based game. So kind of there's some in-betweeny weenies there. The Paynes Creek Killings, I've never heard of that one. Cool detective game though, interesting. I don't think I recognize that one. Never actually seen Tarkov gameplay. It's something that people like you and I, Michael, it wouldn't really resonate much with us personally. But yeah, the younger crowd and like the crowd that was like very much into tactics, tactic-based PvP things, it's very much a popular game, faux show. And there's a lot of like really popular streamers that play them. So like for the younger crowds, the ones that like to watch Shroud and Dr. Lupo and like these like top tier streamer dudes, that's like a lot of influence right there. So yeah, it's a big phenomenon. But yeah, I realize it's like it might be a bit disingenuous to imply that it's like the biggest thing right now, the way that MOBAs were the biggest thing in 2012, and that like hero shooter-esque things like Overwatch were the big things like a couple years after that. So it does seem like there are these genres that kind of pop off sometimes. I'm selfishly hoping that with Baldur's Gate 3 being everyone's favorite game last year, that like everybody is gonna, well, I figured it maybe would have happened by now, that everybody is going to make CRPGs and make them amazing like Baldur's Gate 3 is. And we're just gonna have this wave of like amazing CRPGs that everybody loves, and that's like the hot genre for a bit. That'd make me very happy selfishly. But yeah, as I'm saying that, I realize it's like, well, if that was gonna happen, it probably would have happened by now, and I don't think it's going to. I mean, there are people that have made CRPGs, but like it hasn't, it's not the genre defining, or the not even genre, it's not the generation defining phenomenon that I selfishly want it to be. Space Marine 2 is popping off, and of course Frostpunk 2 came out today. I never did play Frostpunk 1. So, and I really ought to, because I think I would like it based on what I've heard. Seen and heard. Also purple. So I was curious if that purple is going to be something cool. Yeah, Space Marine 2 has been a big one for sure, though. New God of War game was good. Final Fantasy 16 has come to PC. That's big. That's a big one, yeah. Total War, Warhammer 3 is... Actually, I'm surprised that Warhammer 3 is a top seller right now. That's kind of nice. For the Total War, that is. Of course, Call of Duty. Wukong's a big one, for sure. Wukong's a big one. Yeah. They take time to cook, yeah. I don't know, I just feel like it's been a year by now. I mean, Rogue Trader came out. Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader came out not too long after Baldur's Gate 3, but that was more of just like a fluke of timing as opposed to an intentional, we're gonna time it at the exact same time with porpoise. If I should go back and do this the right way. I'm worried if I like try to like tunnel outwards. There's even a ladder leading down to that. Yeah, let's do this legit. Let's do this legit because I realize that I might like... There's no really such thing as a sequence break here, but it would probably be easier for me in the grand scheme of things if I do this right. Do it the right way. Baldur's Gate 3 came out last year? I think so, and it was in early access for like a few years before then. Yeah, so to your point, there's still a chance. But I don't know. But it's also like a strike while the iron's hot kind of thing, and I think a lot of people have moved on from Baldur's Gate 3. It was like the hot thing, and everybody loved it for a good minute there, and I was like getting really excited. But you know how these things can sometimes be fickle. We got Poobon House, and we are correct. We've made it to the Crystal Descent, and we're navigating through it because there are some crystals, and we are descending them. Descending through them. Spiderweb software makes good stuff. That's good to know. The popularity of the IP is a big one. I wouldn't disagree. I think it's a very good video game, and I am seeing a lot of people that have no idea what the fuck Warhammer is trying out the game because it's being well received and they're enjoying it. But yeah, I mean, I mean, Warhammer, of course, is a very, very large IP. Large, which is to say popular, but also large, which is to say dense. So yeah, that is very much an accurate statement. I like build that, so there we go. Yeah, I would say it's an accurate statement. But I also think it stands on its own decently well. But yeah, like, that was like what helped to kind of give it that initial bump and hype. Was like, you know, when the announcement first dropped, everybody was like, oh shit, like really big budget, really fancy looking Warhammer game. What the hell is this? You know, when the first trailer dropped. Oh, I think I've already been here, actually, never mind. So yeah, that was like that initial nudge. And now the game has enough like self-sustaining momentum. It's bringing in people who don't know what the fuck Warhammer is, such as myself, really, in the grand scheme of things. I don't know shit. So, that's been kind of cool to see. What about the Gears of War reboot? Well, I know that's still coming, right? That's still got a ways to go, right? Early access doesn't count necessarily. I would say for Baldur's Gate 3, absolutely, because I think a lot of people had no idea Baldur's Gate 3 was in early access for a long time. The only reason I really knew it was in that state was because Arctic, one of our mods here, he bought the game in early access, but was withholding playing it too much because he wanted to like wait for it to cook a bit. But he could tell like in the little bit that he had played, he was saying like, oh, there's something really cool here. Like he knew that something was coming and it was gonna be awesome. But he was like saving it. He was saving for when it was done cooking. Yeah, still give it a few years, yeah. Yeah, that was exactly what he did, and he was right to do so. Give me the fancy wood. Give me all the fancy wood. We're probably gonna need as much as we can carry, because I'm sure that's gonna be like the next tier in treasure chests and furniture to be made if we want to be all fancy smancy. There's more ladders leading down that way. I'll build one on this side too. There we go. And then I'm just gonna ignore it and fall and just fall in front of there. Still got quite a ways to go before we're in the deep lower deeps. Right now, these are the more shallow lower deeps. Oh, here we go. This is what I had. Oh, cool. Okay, well that's nice then that we've kind of connected these spots, kind of unintentionally. What about Hollow Knight's Silk Song? Oh man, I know that's a sore spot for some folks. Talk about, like, getting bamboozled and the Game Awards and other, like, award shows and whatnot. On the topic of, like, yeah, people feeling baited and switched. The lack of Hollow Knight Silksong continues to be a sad one for a lot of folks, for sure. I've not played Hollow Knight yet, so I'm agnostic to that situation, but I feel just through just a general sense of empathy, I feel that pain. Like, maybe not directly, but like just that general source of sadness. Yeah, every time they ask, every time it's brought up, the game just got delayed by another 24 hours. Yeah. Like, do not invoke its name, lest we all get punished. They want to make a good game. Yeah, I mean, it's the ultimate conundrum, and for me, it's easy for me to say this because I've never played I've never played Hollow Knight, but like I don't know. I almost have to. I feel like I have to be careful saying this, but I like it when a game gets delayed because I like games having more time to cook. And like Zabatsu said, people want to play Silksong because they've been asking for it for a long time. It's become like a meme unto itself. But yeah, it's like a lot of people want to play it, and I don't doubt that. And I'm sure it's frustrating. But on the other hand, the devs want to make a good game. They don't want to like compromise on quality. And man, we've all been burned. We've all been burned by a game that we were so excited for. It comes out and it's fucking garbage. And it's heartbreaking when that happens. It's also frustrating when a game takes 1 billion years to come out, and you know, it might be kind of morbid, but you know, our lifetimes are, or the lifetime of the life expectancy of a human is not forever, obviously. Like, you know, time is money here, but let's get this thing going here. But generally speaking, I like it when a game gets delayed. I like it when games have more time. I have enough games to play. I'm in no hurry. I would rather the devs do it good, do it right. We all know that one Miyamoto quote. Whether or not he actually said it, I don't know if it's like a contested quote, but the general gist of that quote is something I personally agree with. But again, that's all so easy for me to sit here and say because I haven't played this game. I haven't played Hollow Knight. If I did, maybe I'd be singing a different tune. You can bring up Half-Life 3, then I'm gonna feel a little bit more sympathy. Or not that I wasn't already feeling sympathy, but then I might, the timbre of my voice might shift a little bit, and I go, all right. If we're talking about something that I desperately need to be injected directly into my veins, and my patience is wearing thin, yes. Half-Life 3, yes. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. Take their time, a delayed game, yeah, exactly. But there's a lot of cool, that's a good point, there's a lot of really cool Metroidvanias, so it's not like we need Silksong because there's like a dearth of cool Metroidvanias doing interesting things. There's 1 billion of them. So it's not necessary, but it's really, really nice to have. Michael says, Alex, why did you have to bring up Half-Life 3? What is wrong with you? Lots of is wrong with me. But yes, also, yeah, it's too real. It is too real. We're getting all the fancy wood. We're getting all the crystal quartz. My guy has 10 mushrooms, but he is getting hungry. There's a lot down here, but I don't know if I'm gonna get all these necessarily. Oops. And I'm not gonna get every piece of the fancy wood that I see, but I'll be getting a good chunk of them. Where is the fancy wood? That's the fancy wood. So 17 is actually not a crazy amount. We're gonna need a lot more. So again, I'm not gonna get every piece, but I'll be getting a good chunk of them for sure. I like the cool purple hue they give off. It's really neat. I like that. Physical and emotional damage. Yeah, I understand. I understand, man. Now, that being said, I heard Half-Life Alyx is really cool. And talking about a game or an instance where a developer even kind of openly stated, like, hey, if people like this, we might, and people buy it, we might consider doing more with this series. I think that was the thing they said about Half-Life Alyx. They were like, we're really happy with this. And if people really like it and they buy it and respond well to it, we might consider doing more. So, a very not so subtle way of saying, buy this shit if you want more where this came from. We're holding your wallet hostage. So, I don't know. The way I see it is we got Shenmue 3 in some kind of form. I know not everybody loves Shenmue 3 and what we got, but we got Shenmue 3. We got Duke Nukem Forever. We got Guns N' Roses, Chinese Democracy. All these seemingly vaporware things have eventually come to fruition. I'm not going to say it's impossible. It's not impossible. Also, I need a black diamond, and we can get this thing built, and that would be big cool. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Moonspine. Also, Whale with the resub. 62 gosh dang months. Amazing, Whale. Thank you, buddy. We're talking about games. We're talking about video games. That is an accurate statement. We're talking about video games and some of the heartbreaking realities of them. A la Silk Song is taking forever. Half-Life 3 question mark. there's a lot to delve into for sure. Yeah. Half-Life was one of your favorites. Yeah, it is still one of my favorites for sure. Love that game. Yeah. And it's VR only, right? Yeah. And my understanding with Alex is that, you know, sometimes you can like flatten a VR game through modding or through like just, I guess, porting. Half-Life Alex is a game that really needs VR to be experienced. Like you really can't fudge it. They really couldn't flatten out that game officially or otherwise, at least not easily. It's like that is a game that really benefits from having VR for sure. It's good to see you, Whale. I appreciate you popping in, bud. It's good to see you. Yeah, there's still hope. Yeah, maybe someday. I mean, not anytime soon, but what did Gabe Newell say that one time? These things, they take time. Lost Mozart, you say? Oh, like some music that he composed that was unknown? Because that sounds kind of cool. We are boner cold. Bone cold, sorry.
Poor fellow.
Oh, dead guy. Fallen dwarf. I will honor him. I pressed E to pay respects, not F. Our first time we've gotten a hero's token in a long time. I guess that means we're 2/5 through the game, maybe? Because we got our first hero's token ever at the very, very start. The very, very beginning. We did get Dead Island 2. Was Dead Island 2 kind of MIA for a bit? Because I assumed that was like, maybe not a vaporware necessarily, but I didn't think that was like a question mark necessarily. Now, Will, I'm sorry to hear that, Will. I mean, if it's something you're comfortable sharing, I'm happy to hear it, but or I'm happy to listen rather, but no pressure if it's something you're not comfortable airing necessarily. But sorry to hear it's kind of a crappy time. That's how it goes, unfortunately. But I hope you're able to at least take some time to relax and unwind a bit this weekend if it's been kind of a long week. Mark Laidlaw, yeah, I know that. Yeah, he's gone on to other ventures, other pastures. I can't blame him. It probably didn't really make a whole lot of sense to keep him on retainer if there's no Half-Life things. Well, not a lot of Half-Life things actively being worked on right now. So, can't say I blame him. I did like his contributions, though. I mean, I really liked his storytelling in those games. And of course, there's other talented writers out there. You know, it's not like no cool Half-Life thing can ever happen without him. But he kind of was the OG with that series' storytelling. Oh, really bad health stuff for the... Oh, jeez. Oh, man, I'm sorry, Whale. That is awful. Yeah. That is really shitty, man. Yeah. No, like, you know, no sugarcoating necessarily. It's like, yeah, that's fucking awful. That is fucking awful for sure. I, hope you're able to spend some time with the fam. You know, if nothing else, you know, spend some time with family. That's a tough one. That is a tough one, no doubt about it. I'm kind of poking around because I thought I saw there was another passage that was diggable. Yeah, that's something that, like, you know, for very unfortunately, Gracie is all too familiar with, you know, because oh, my guy's starving, by the way. Here we go. Here's a diggable spot here. Yeah, when it comes to you know, not even just family members, but a parent going through, you know, really, really shitty health stuff. Shit's fucking awful, man. Health problems, health struggles, like... Even when it's like not necessarily bad, but it's like, you know, nerve-wracking. That shit is like consuming. Shit's just all consuming. But then if it's like really scary on top of that, ugh, yeah, shit is fucked. Live close, that's good. That's good. I mean, yeah, there's no sugarcoating it. And I'm not gonna hit you with a, well, at least blank, because that is not the right thing to say to somebody in a situation like that. Like, hey man, this thing makes me sad. Well, at least you have blank. It's like, no. It's okay to be sad about that. It's okay to be bummed. That is extremely acceptable. That shit is infuriating when someone's like, well, at least you blank. It's like, no. We're allowed to be sad about these things. These things can stress us out. Also, fuck is these? They're not actively attacking me. Are they chill? Are they friends? Oh, they are not friends. They're just moth. Not like battle moth. They're just moth.
I need a better
They're armored.
for this.
They're also big, stupid idiot. They drop chitin. As much as I want to call it shitten, pretty sure it's pronounced chitin. Get hecked, idiot. Let's rebuild this thing. If I can get a black diamond, we can get a warp stone, but I don't know if we're gonna find one here, unfortunately. First age crossbow, that's exciting. Still, keep this thing out. Got big wood. Oh yeah, give me all that wood. Get that wood and shove it right in my ass. Anyway, I'll take all of it. I'll take all of it. How much do I have right now? I have 37. Which seems like a... I mean, that sounds like a healthy amount, but I think we're going to need a decent bit to build all that I want to build out of it. I would rather have too much than too little. So I'll snag what I can snag. I need the fancy. Not so much for the iron, but for the granite. I won't... I guess this pickaxe needs to be more grateful, because I can't take it for granted. Anyway. Watching their kids grow up, yeah. That fucking hurt. That fucking hits deep, Whale. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, parents watching their kids get older and, like, growing up. But, yeah, and then the other side of that coin. Kids that eventually grow up and have to watch their parents struggle. It's something we all have to, like, deal with eventually. It's something that I haven't had to confront a whole lot yet. We did have a bit of a scare a couple years ago with my mom, but she's fine now. But yeah, it's like it is a very real reality that we all have to like eventually confront, and yeah, it's like for a lot of us, it's like it's hard to even think about, honestly. And, you know, I kind of mentioned Gracie earlier. She just turned 30 this year, and both of her parents have already passed away, unfortunately. She lost her mom when she was 17, and we lost her dad to COVID back in 2020. So it's like, you know, it's criminal that you know, before she was 30, you know, she already had to go through that twice. So it's like, yeah, it's just there's just no way to prepare for that shit. And in the case of her dad, he had leukemia for a year and a half before he got COVID. So, and it was not, it wasn't like it wasn't a stage 4 diagnosis, but it wasn't a great diagnosis. So it was like, you know, things were wobbly. Things were like nervous for a bit, that things were kind of wobbly. That it was like, well, you know, maybe. But then COVID happened, and that just fucking, you know, took him out, unfortunately. But like the fact that he was dealing with leukemia, you know, blood cancer basically, meant that there was this like long decline. So it was like, it was still horrible and shocking, but it wasn't that shocking because we knew he had a pretty rough diagnosis. Whereas, so it's like, you know, it's like on the one hand, in her, you know, in this particular case, she had a lot of time to like try to be as ready as you can be about something like that. But yeah, all the time in the world is still not enough to prepare for it, nor could it have been. So it's like, that's the other thing too. Like, you know, when it's like a long form health thing, like cancer, it's like, you're still watching a slow decline, and it's still fucking awful. You know, it's like either sometimes you would think like, oh, it's kind of nice, or nicer, I guess, having like some hint that it's coming versus it just dropping in your lap suddenly. But it's like, yeah, that shit still fucking hurts, still fucking sucks. Blaze it shroom. I wonder what blaze shroom is used for. Probably for lighting shit on fire, maybe. I'll grab that one, but it's getting into the scary poison zone. Yep, in the shadow. Don't want that. Not want that. I was really hoping I could find a... Oh, poison mushroom. Oh, it's even called poison mushroom. Can I like pick it or something? I did pick it, but it hurts. Hurts real good. Am I wise to keep doing this? It looks like you actually can't grab it at all. Yeah, after you've slapped the one. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, take the poison mushroom. You can't actually like mine these. It just hurts. It just continues to hurt. Also, my guy's poison meter is not going down, which is a little bit concerning. I could get a black diamond right now, that'd be real cool. There's like some weird shit going on in there. There we go, now it's starting to go down. Yeah, it's pretty old. Yeah. That's a tough one too. If his age is getting up there. My parents were both 40 when I was born, so they're not exactly spring chickens. But they're not like old necessarily. Getting up there, but not like ancient yet. Huge gap of it, yeah, which definitely complicates things for sure, or allows for complications to happen rather.
This
Pilgrim Road.
The ancient Pilgrim Road Arak spoke of. I hope it still leads to the eastern steppes.
Leukemia plus COVID. Oh yeah, it was in his that's the thing. At first we thought it was lung cancer, and he had never smoked a day in his life. But at first we thought it was lung cancer with the symptoms he was experiencing. But it was leukemia, and it had spread to his lungs. So yeah, there was lung complications. It was already fucked, right? Yeah. So like you said, so the fact there was leukemia with lung complications, no fucking wonder that when he got COVID, like. I remember when Gracie told me, like, you know, she called to tell me that, well, I mean, for like a couple days he had questionable symptoms. We were like, oh shit. And then, yeah, she called to tell me that, yeah, they got the test back and it was positive. Like, I remember we were both like, this isn't like, you know, definitely the end, but we both kind of like, but it kind of is, isn't it? Like, neither one of us really wanted to admit it. But yeah, it was like we knew what was coming. You know, we didn't want to say it out loud, but like we were both like, yeah, that's not what we wanted. Not what we wanted. Hey, what's up, Bonfire? Yeah, I mean, the thing I'm discussing is, again, this was like 2020, 4 years ago. It still sucks, you know. Gracie, my wife, she had, I was talking about this a couple days ago, and I'll preface this by saying everybody's fine. So the words I'm about to say might sound scary, and they were scary for her, but everyone's fine. Everybody had insurance. Everyone's fine. But Gracie totaled her car last week. That was crappy for her. That was really stressful for her. But again, nobody got hurt. Everyone has insurance. Everyone's good. Insurance is gonna give her a really thick payout, so she's good. But still, it was stressful. And I remember there was one point we were talking about it, and I think it was because there was like some hang up with trying to get the car from the towing company to the right place. It was like there was some logistic bullshit. And at one point she was just like, man, this is a part where it's like, fuck, I wish my dad was around, man. Because like, of course, like that's such a dad thing to help out with, like a car accident and navigating insurance. Like that's such a stereotypical dad thing. She was like, man, like she was like, I'm, and hopefully she won't mind me like telling this to you guys, you know, and I don't think she will. She's usually pretty open about these things, but she was like, man, like I'm normally like bummed that he's not around, but like this is one where it's like, fuck, like him not being here is just like gut-wrenching. And you know, it's you know, of course I miss him, you know, I miss having him around, not even just because, you know, I married his daughter, but just because he was a good dude. So it's like, yeah, that's like a, and he loved cars, like he loved this kind of stuff. So yeah, he would have been infinitely helpful in a lot of ways for sure. Look at all the stuff we can't mine into, man. God damn. Can't mine into this. We need the strong. Oh, wait, we got the salt. Delicious. Can I just lick it? Can I just lick it? Actually, Bonfire, you're a Noita guy. This is. We had to go so far to find the salt.
Deeps.
Delicious.
Damp.
Damp and dangerous. I was hoping he would say dank.
Just how I like it.
77. That's up there. It's not like ancient. Like my parents are 75. So I wouldn't say it's like, oh my god, so old, but it's up there. They're not spring chickens, as they say. But yeah, no, the car thing is fine. We're actually going to be looking at some cars this weekend. For those of us who have totaled a car before, if you're anything like me, if you've totaled a car before, you might have had that thing where you're like, man, I don't ever want to drive ever again. Oh, my guy's gonna die. I wasn't really paying attention. Hold up, can I find a black diamond? If I could find a black diamond, I could build the warp stone. Oh my god, if there's one in here, I'm gonna sprint. Ah! Just a journal page. Yeah, I can't cure the poison. Can't do it. Blech. That's fine. We'll be able to descend. Get back to where we came from. If there was a black diamond in that chest, maybe I could have inserted it into the map stone and warped back in time. That's fine. If anything, this is actually kind of a good thing because now I can just grab a single black diamond from our chest and just roll right to it. But anyway, yeah, so just to kind of finish the story, yeah, like you probably knew where I was going there. Like Gracie was like, man, this car shit sucks. Like I never want to drive I don't want to touch a car ever again. Oh, the camp is under siege and I'm naked. Can I fast travel? Am I allowed to fast travel? I probably shouldn't. Because if this base gets destroyed while I'm gone, oh no. All right. It's not much. It's not much, but it's something.
I need a better weapon for this.
It's stunned, idiot. I'm not doing much damage. And they're doing poison damage. What? That's such unfortunate timing. Oh, I'm getting poisoned again. I'm gonna die. Oh no. I think if I die, the siege ends. Yeah. Oh, I'm wrong. Well, the good news is... yeah, they're breaking my shit. That's not good. Quick, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up. They're breaking literally everything. Fuck you in breaking shit. That's so not gamer of you. So we killed literally one of them. Now I'm... oh, get the shield. Yes, yes, yes. Shield is right here. Somewhere. Where's the shield? There it is. Now this thing is getting... never mind, I'm dead. This thing is getting dangerous close to getting broken. Goddamn. But he got the brother. Yeah, yeah, good to have, yeah, other families, siblings, that kind of thing. Very helpful. It's very helpful. No doubt about it. I mean, it's still a thing to be bummed about for sure, but... oh, 3. There we go. But yeah, it's like knowing that you're not alone in it is for sure a good thing. A thing to be grateful for. It did break literally all of my armor. And I don't think they can break the bedroll. I wonder how much of this I lose forever. Like how many of these resources go away. Because they've like broken stuff that can be repaired. And even rebuilt. Are they gonna leave? They might just leave. If I let them. If I allow them to leave. Oh, the mall broke. Well, all right. Yeah, you guys can leave. I'm okay with this. I was gonna like do it to him for a little bit longer. There's an axe. I want to switch to my axe. I'm gonna piss on my corpse. I'm gonna teabag me. It was tungsten salt. There we go. That explains it. They just dig holes and leave. There we go. So the siege has ended. When we die, we just kind of flop up. Yeah. We just kind of go bleh. No like ragdolling. We just kind of stop existing. All right, so what did they take from us? They did. We'd be able to rebuild most of this for sure. This might take a minute to rebuild. Why is this a box? It's like a box that is an inventory space. Like, what is that's kind of odd. All right, well, might as well get to it. Or I could ignore all this and go get my main stuff. And with the black diamond warp back. But I'm a little bit concerned about stuff like despawning. Yes. Teabag you, refuse to elaborate, and then leave. Yeah, of course, the problem is I don't have a pack right now. Now I can grab this little packy boy. So I have some inventory. It ain't much, but it's honest work. So I can rebuild... maybe not all of, but a decent bit of... this was the scroll holder thing. I remember the last time we had a siege. I had my actual armor and gear with me. But they were still able to take down the scroll thingy. Yeah, the build lore, the build lore shelves for scrolls. We have 9 scrolls. Yeah, I think that should be good. So we'll go and rebuild that. Even if it doesn't have a whole lot of amazing use, it's still a nice thing. All the scrolls we have. There we go. So that's fine and dandy. That was kind of like a 1-to-1 conversion. And then what else was here? Grab all these things. Oh, it was a coal pile. Oh my god. So I could build the coal pallet still. Put that right there. And then add all. And there we go. Deposit all coal. There we go. 429 sounds about right. Can I just build them up? That's a good point. Yeah, could the orcs, like, climb walls? I suspect they would probably... I think they have an animation where they throw rocks. So they'd still be able to damage things, but I think it would take them a lot longer. So it probably wouldn't be quite as bad. Maybe I should leave, like, an extra build of equipment. Of course, we have our really good shield, obviously, but maybe, like, a better weapon. Actually, I do have a better weapon, but, like, a more easy to access, better weapon in the base so I can defend against the mongrels that attack us, if need be. And, of course, all the stone. Actually, that's the thing. They couldn't quite reach one of the pallets. I stopped them just in time for the ceiling stone pallet. Yeah, there's like an animation where if you're out of range, they'll like throw rocks, which still does a decent bit of damage, but not quite as much. They dropped bones and a coin when I killed the one. Alright, so what was over here? It was the dying station, I think? Which is not to say like the station where you die, but the station where, or yeah, the ink grinder. Is that really necessary? Am I gonna make an ink grinder? I mean, I guess it's kind of cool. It's kind of neat, I guess. Not what I would call a must-have, but it's a nice-to-have. There was also a crafting table here, a workbench. There's also something else in this little corner. Something like in this little space. Because, yeah, the workbench was here. There was something else I had built. We got the bedroll, obviously. The map stone is still there. I don't even know if they can break those, thankfully. Did they fuck up the hearth? No. They did fuck up the fancy cooking table here. Which is to say, the roasting pit. Wait, hold on. Is that the only one? Isn't there like a fancier version of the roasting pit? There's an oven. Guess I didn't make an oven, did I? Yeah, got the meal table. I'll make one of these then. Actually, here, I'm gonna grab this guy. Might as well grab that too. So make it. Maybe I did build an oven. I think I did build an oven. Yeah. Oh, that's right. And I remember it was facing the wrong way, and I felt very silly. I felt big silly. That there we go. And then we'll build, let's see, we already have this is the furnace, so I need to build a forge. Got that built up. Repair smithy, that's a big one. It's actually very small. Boop, look how small it is. And then... yeah, the tiled hearth. Alright, so worms can cook better meals. That might not be a bad idea to eventually invest into. Sunstones, which we've found a little bit of, which is nice. Repair smithy, workbench, ink grinder, rune table. I've held off on building a rune table because we have one at the other base. A loom would be a not bad idea. I don't think we have silver, so I can't build it yet. We have the wood, just not on our person right now, obviously. A still, I don't think would be that useful for us necessarily. Farm patch. Oh, right, yeah, for planting stuff. Memorial flame. We need more hero tokens. Right, we're 2/5 of the way through those. Never made any armor stands. So I could rebuild the treasure trove, obviously. Let's go for the lowercase. I still feel like there was something like here that I had built here previously. Maybe I just didn't like place these as efficiently. Maybe that's what's going on here. Let's go ahead and rebuild the other lowercase. Sounds like I'm saying lower case. Whoops. Sounds good, Moonspine. Thanks for popping in, buddy. Have a good rest of your evening, buddy. It is exactly 1 a.m. I was about to say it's almost 1 a.m. We have reached it's precise 1 a.m. aspect. I wonder if I should, like, would it be stupid to build this on top to, like, save me some space, maybe? It might be stupid. Or it might be genius. It's a little scrungy. It's a little scrungy. Can I reach it from here? No, but... bam. I'll say it for you. Alex, you're a goddamn genius. Feng Shui master. I'll say it for you. Hold your applause. Look at us being so spatially efficient. And I think the rest of this was all just chests. Just storage. So functionally speaking, I think we're in pretty good shape. I will... oh, looks like they did take out one of my torches. So we'll just regather all of these fun things, and I'll just make the big treasure chest or treasure pile. Oh my god, we're 5 coins short of a trove. Like the big trove. How's about this? If I drop these guys. Oh, that's what those are. Yeah, when it's like the ring mail, that kind of thing. It's in a box. Now can I afford it? Yes. The big treasure trove. Bam. And now I can make a treasure hoard. Alright, I gotta know. How much is a treasure hoard? $750. So I've added all the gold. And I think also the diamonds, but I think the diamonds are still technically in storage, so I think that's okay. I got that. The wood scraps. Yeah, lots of stone, which I'm in no immediate hurry to replace. So that's fine. So everything else from here on out is just... specifically the elven wood. I have 6. Is that the only elven wood I have? Kind of hard to, like, find in all the piles, but the basic gist is if I could use just elven wood to build the really fancy chests, I would. Yeah, it knows about the 6 I have in my inventory. We could make an ornate chest with the fancy wood, but yeah, we have to go find it first. Maybe I just make enough storage to get by. Oh, my guy's starving, by the way. Maybe I just get enough storage to get by. I kind of want to just do the basicest of basic things. I think there's like a bunch of food stuff here. So in one of these things I just picked up. There we go. I can make mushroom stew with that. That's easy. So we'll do all that then. Can I make any kind of chest right now? I don't even have enough standard wood. Let me drop it like it's hot. A couple of these guys, I have 2 standard wood, which is not quite enough. Drop the bones. Let's grab. Here's some elven wood. More wood scraps, more wood scraps. And make 1 elven wood chest. I'll be like starting this corner, honestly. And just throw all that shit in there. Is there a throw all the shit in there button? Oh, my guy's starving, but I have food ready. There we go. Can I get this thing repaired? Yes and yes. So let's put this guy in. Yeah, is there a deposit all? No, there's not. So I will very selectively and daintily just grab everything and slap it in there. We'll have another hero's token coming our way soon. Stuff goes in there too. We'll keep that wood on us. Fragments. Keep that elven wood on us. Okay. I wonder if there's more elven wood where that came from. Because if so, I'll feel a little bit better. I think that might have been the extent of it, though. Oh, did I get a fancier? No, I just got the same, I think. Okay. So where does that put us then? Still just the 6 elven wood. So I can't make, like, a big fancy chest. I can make a little one. I wonder if I'm safe to leave these things. I'm just worried that it'll, like, start despawning things. Like one of those kinds of games where if you leave something loose like that for too long, it starts to despawn. It's kind of nice. I can be, like, spatially efficient by building on top. Let's try to keep some of these things together, though. These abaks. Let's see. Let's go and deposit similar. There we go. Jeez, we have a lot of metal fragments. I might just go ahead and make a metal fragment palette. Just because we have so much of this shit. So I'll keep those. Store that. Toss these other things in there. Time, diamonds, although we're still gonna want 1 so we can complete the warp stone, the map stone rather. Let's go ahead and build a. We have a metal pallet. Oh, we don't have a metal pallet. Oh, well, that's silly. That's really odd to me that we have all these other pallets, but yeah, you can't make like a metal storage pallet, like scrap metal. There's like the ore and bars, like ingots. Well, darn. I thought I was a genius. Okay, that's fine. Slightly annoying. Oh, it's similar. Shazam. There we go. So we should actually probably put these in a separate chest then, because that's gonna take up a lot of space, and I'm trying to keep things like relatively spatially close together. The box, that kind of thing. Okay. And then what was in this pack? Just had a few other things. Similar. There's no similar things to deposit. There we go. Goes there. Okay. So Scouts pack and Scouts pack. Yeah, they're the same thing. They're the same picture. And getting your base ransacked like that is a pain in the butt. But we're getting rebuilt. We can rebuild. These things got messed up, obviously. I'm not gonna bother repairing those because that's not that's armor that is not gonna stick around. So we have much better stuff that we'll be reacquiring. Simple pickaxe. I'd probably get rid of that at some point. And then we got some more of these guys. one sapphire by themselves. There we go. Lots of copper ore. It's like, what's in this? What's in the box? Amethyst. I don't know what that box is. It's something big. Something like significant. Can I put that in here? No, I cannot. It's a bunch of ore. This guy, this guy, this guy. And of course, I haven't found any more elven wood. I think we've pretty much used all the elven wood we can find. There we go. So much tin. So much tin, so much iron. That we really have minimal need for, but... We could build a pallet of those, and it actually is kind of tempting, but... I've really slowed down on my efforts to collect those intentionally. See, I think we can just add to that stack right there. What else is in this? Okay, we got a big box, got another big box. So we just kind of levitate them towards us. There we go. So that piece is done. The end is near as far as this, like, repairing of our base. After it got properly flabbergasted. Gasted and flabbered. Is that gold? That's bronze. Okay. Okay, we know where the steel ingots go. The grab apples. That always makes me happy to say. Grab apples. I saw cabbage somewhere. Yeah. Keep those together. Boop. Let's make another one. Build on a floor. Oh, what? You were okay with this earlier. Oh, heck. Maybe because it's like the thing that it's under is like not fancy enough. Oh god, there's something in my eye. I can feel it. Ah, I think it's okay. There we go. It's like there. It's got, you can kind of cheese it a little bit for the purpose of saving space. The totems I might try to keep together. That might be kind of nice. Carvings. Yeah. Okay. So those will go in here. There we go. Almost done. Actually, I wonder if this will be the last piece. Nothing in there, obviously. This was all just stone stuff. No wood or anything. Gold has been recompiled. That is the last piece of the puzzle. Mushrooms. I think we actually might already have a stack of those somewhere. I think we also had true quartz elsewhere. Oh, we did. Oh my god, we have a lot of elven wood. Never mind. Don't I feel silly? Couldn't find that shit anywhere. Alright, well, actually... Deposit similar. Similar. And deposit similar. Okay, so we didn't have a stack for those other things then. We did it. Yeah, we have 2 stacks for mushrooms, though. True quartz. Oops. Okay. And then I will make myself some more food. Mushroom stew. And I gotta grab 1 black diamond. I also need to drop this guy. Oh, wait, hold on. That had something in it. The wood. So drop that guy. Also drop this one. Guess I'll deposit that wood. Yeah, that's fine. Hello, Shayna. Kitty Cat is rejoining us. There she is. Yep, it's her. Kitty cat is here. What's my guy's tiredness? Strangely, pretty okay, actually, all things considered. Despite doing a lot of stuff, I guess it wasn't a lot of physical activity, so my guy's, like, not winded. So once again, let's go ahead and grab exactly 1 black diamond. That is, unless it got inserted into the treasure pile, at which point I'll have to reacquire. That's the 1. Oh, and a decent bit of stone. I'll grab, like, 1, 2, 3. Like 3 full stacks, that is. That should be plenty. Alright. Away we go. Oh, but first I gotta look at my gold and feel really big. I have to look at my gold and feel big penis about it. I'm admiring my gold. Penis is feeling great. Alright. Horde Fierce. Let's warp on over to the Crystal Descent. And then we'll use our 1 diamond, or 1 blood diamond that or not blood diamond, black diamond, there we go. Blood diamonds are not great, obviously. The black diamond and the stone to make it happen. So all we gotta do is recover our corpse. And we want to bring all the wood we found back with us. Up to the tippity top. To the base, that is, so we can start building some stuff. Including the gem cutter. And the gem cutter might be all we need to build... Actually, yeah, let me think about this. What do we need for the pickaxe? I think it's just the fancy wood. I think the gem cutter allows for other nice things. But the fancy pickaxe is like the next, like, major piece. We all know how we got it. Well, I mean, but it's orc blood, so it's okay, right? It's orc blood, so it's permissible in this case. Is there... What's the word? Like, there's a word to say like something is like objectively evil. I mean, maybe the word is objective. But there's like a word that people throw around, like, you know, a particular movement is... There you go. I was gonna say, like, oncologically? Like, an oncologist? Oncologically evil? I mean, cancer sucks, but oncologists are cool people. Not oncologically, ontologically. Thank you, Olgas. You knew what I was getting at. Yeah, subjectively, yeah, you knew what I was getting at, but yeah, Ogasso picked up on, like, what is kind of like a buzzword in some circles. This political affiliation that I disagree with is oncologically evil. Oh, fuck, I just did it again. Ontologically evil. Like, it's like it's not exactly. It's the guy that kept saying inconceivable in Princess Bride. You keep on using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. Yep. Categorically, yeah. Like these are all like similar for sure, but yeah, Ogasta picked up on the one that I was circling. Encircling it like a toilet. Like a turlet. Going through all this trouble just so that I can get my shit and then warp on back. My guy's already getting kind of hungry. We're doing a lot more physical adventuring this time. Earlier, I just spent a bunch of time reorganizing and kind of rebuilding our inventory after it just got fucking slapped by that orc raid. When we were butt-ass naked and dying multiple times. Not quite as physically demanding as it is traversing a gigantic mine descent like this. I get impatient, I jump off ladders, and I worry if it's gonna eventually get me into trouble, but so far that shit's been okay. And of course, we have a little heads up for where our dead guy is. And it is far enough away that we can't actually see it yet, but I know it's down there. Or at least I hope it's down there. Oh, what if surely your corpse doesn't disappear? Oh, that would be rather heartbreaking, wouldn't it? If your corpse just disappeared? If there was another corpse? that like replaced it. If it was the Dark Souls model of like being unable to pick up your souls. Makes me think that the corpse might have gone away, but hopefully the items have remained. Hopefully. Hopefully. Also, yeah, I realize that's the wrong way. Have a good night, Meerkat. He says, I'm fading, man. I'm fading fast. Becoming eepy. Here we go. Here's the ladder I missed. I think you're right, Pooba. I think if the corpse is gone, I think my individual items are still there that I would have to pick up onesie twosie, which is annoying, but not as like tragic as, oh, it got deleted. You know, like again, like Dark Souls, your souls from like the big souls drop is gone, and now you're big sad. Whoops. Almost just ate it. There should still be a grave marker. Yeah, usually you can see it from the map, but maybe it's because we're too far away. Maybe because we're like technically in a separate like instance, not instance, but separate region. Yeah, the Pilgrim Road, now that shows up. Probably the difference. Steel hammer though. Oh, okay. Of course the hammer was on our corpse's corpse. So we had entered into the Pilgrim Road. There's all the poison fellows that made me nice and poisoned. Oh, shit. I thought you had to, like, slap them to get poisoned. Just being in its vicinity is enough to do it. The good news is we'll be able to tank it. Here's the conversation. It was, like, up here. So I ventured up here. Here we go. Yeah, so it wasn't on our radar for some reason. But there it is in all of its splendor. In all of its splendor. Inventory's full. Oh, right, all the stones we have, probably. Probably has a little something to do with it. Let's just go ahead and get that warp, the map stone built up real quick. Back this way past the poison.
Quiet. I see prayer.
This is not the correct way? Not the correct way. It was back this way. Back towards the other markers for things. Yeah, this one right here. Where we got the first, like, little conversation that happened. With the poison, no thank you. We already had a full dose of that shit. I don't need any more. Where that came from. Just back over this way. This guy right here. Well, it only takes 10 stone. I got myself like hundreds. Map stone has been activated. Feels good, man. Some extra wood scraps and some fancy wood for our troubles. It is now active. If we wanted to, we could travel to the top or back above to our original base. So nice. And also convenient for that matter. A very nice convenience. Don't think we need hundreds of stone anymore then. We got a lot of coal. We of course got a good chunk of that fancy wood, which makes me big happy. So I would say it would be wise to head back to the base and get the... I think we have what is necessary to get our next level pickaxe. Although I do like the idea of exploring maybe a little bit. Now that I know how to deal with the big scary poisons. Those poisons were big and they were scary. So we finally got everything from this guy. If we wanted to, we could continue getting more of the fancy wood. Although probably 2 full stacks isn't really enough. Is enough. So really just 10 total. I think we should be fine. So once that second stack gets to 50 in my hotbar, then I'll know that we're in decent shape. Oop. Did I make that jump? Whoop. Not quite. cool up this way? I could see them, like, hiding something sneaky up there, but nothing sneaky. Just a bunch of rats. And Shanna, who is very happy. She's rubbing her face all over my sleeve. She knows that I don't let her do that if I'm wearing a short sleeve shirt, because then it gets on my skin, it gets all itchy. But she doesn't know the difference, so she's like, "Oh, cool! I can rub my face on his arm, and he's not gonna resist." So that is full. We're good there. Just fancy stairs up top. So much cool stuff to see. Can I mine this out? There we go. Those just for good measure. More natural fiber. Now let's actually hold this in our hands. I feel like we get better visibility if I hold this thing. What's that, Master Train? It is. That is exactly it. Lord of the Rings Dwarven survival crafting, basically, is the collection of like buzzwords. Like the 7-second, not even 7, like the 3-second elevator speech. It's pretty cool. I've only been playing single player so far, but I've heard multiplayer is pretty cool. But the multiplayer co-op is pretty heckin' sweet. So that's on my list as well. It is a good game, yeah. It's pretty solid so far. I'm digging it. Yeah, Poobah, yeah, Todd picked it up. Yeah, it's a solid game for sure. It came out last year, I think, but it was in early access and on PC at first, at least. It was on PC, and it was poison, and it was Epic Game Store exclusive. But about a few weeks ago, I would say, like maybe a month, we'll say a month ago or so ago. We'll say a month ago, they reached their 1.0 release and released it to Steam. Oop. So that's been helpful. Am I gonna get got by the poison again? Surely they wouldn't. I wouldn't do it to myself
Monsters in the air.
that poorly, would I? I would never. I would never do it to myself like that now. Because we still have lots of armor, so we can handle combat just fine. Just trying not to be cringe. I'm trying not to be cringe and to varying levels of success. I think we learned that if you get real close, do a nice charge shot against these guys, fucks them up real good. My guy is getting hungry, but we've got lots of mushrooms. I'll take a bite of a mushroom. Yeah, it's on Steam now. Because, yeah, I think that's the thing. It was early access. It was a Epic Game Store PC exclusive. I think it was still available on some kind of console. But yeah, PC-wise, it was Epic Game Store only for a good bit there. But yeah, when they had their full release, they said, "All right, Steam time. Steam time begins." The blaze shrooms, although I know not what it's for, but it might be for cooking, or maybe for, like, I don't know, making explosives or something. Hard to say. I'm trying to be mindful of the poison mushrooms, because those things hurt. Contrary to popular belief, poison is not fun. Is it crossplay? That's a very good question. I would assume there'd really be no benefit to like locking in the platforms. So I would assume crossplay is, or cross-platform is an option. Be kind of a weird limitation otherwise. Can we actually reach the Pilgrim Road? We might be able to. Oh, no, we can't. It's 500 yards away, which is still quite a bit. Let's see what's over this way, though. This crystal cavern is full of crystals. Who would have ever guessed? Also, what's this funny-looking mushroom fella? Another poison mushroom. But it's, like, all glowy and fancy. This might be a not bad time to delve back to get the fancier pickaxe, maybe, when they have separate servers. Yeah, that would be a bummer, honestly. Or like, because I would assume the game is available on some kind of console platform. I would assume PS5, Xbox Series X, that kind of thing. So I would assume it'd be available somewhere along the way. I want to get that statue rebuilt. It's very much in my wheelhouse of things that I'm into. I have a rebuilding statues fetish. There we go, rebuild it. It's probably going to be part 2 of 3 of the crossbow. No, it is a fancier pair of boots. Cool. Definitely a thing worth keeping our eyes out for. Kind of curious. See where these two things lead. I think that leads to something we can't quite break into, and probably something similar to here. Another carving. I have a lot of these things. The Ranger's Journal page is really not something that is useful anymore. But I feel like it would be bad form for me to drop it. I think I need this much. Well, actually, no, we might need more of those quartzes. I will drop... What's the standard wood? I can't dig any further here, though. And this, I suspect, will be a veritable dead end as well. Not quite, actually. Not quite. There's still a bit more where this came from. We don't need any more of the quartz for now. Yeah, I can't get this guy. Need a fancy pickaxe for that one. Just keeps going, man. I keep expecting us to hit some kind of wall where, like, beyond which we can't proceed without the fancier pickaxe, the stronger pickaxe, even. I'm waiting for a sign to turn back and travel back to our base and play it safe. More rats. More of the flying fellas. Oh. Alright, well, they're starting to, like, notice us sooner, which is a slight bummer. They're just moths. Got the 2 for 1 special. There we go. And the chitin is, I think, helpful, although I don't know what the chitin is used for. We haven't found recipes for the chitin yet. Oh, wow. Impressive structure. Something really cool, that's for sure. You looked it up? Oh, that's really helpful. Thank you for looking that up, Master Chain. That's kind of what I would have assumed. Because, like I said, it's one thing if it's a competitive first-person shooter, but if it's a, you know, strictly PvE co-op, what's the word, like crafting exploration game, that's like, yeah, why have a limitation like that? Another mapstone here. That's very generous. 2 mapstones pretty close together. Not expected, but I'll gladly take it. What exactly is this? This is not the Pilgrim's Road. It's some other cool structure. Reminds me a little bit of the Dwemer strongholds from Morrowind, just in its architecture. There was statues up top. Yeah, let's go for that first. With statues. Can you friend people up? Yeah. Well, at least I would assume. Well, I mean, for sure, certainly on Steam. Yeah, certainly on Steam. My Steam profile. Actually, I think my Steam profile might be in my socials link. My socials page. I don't think there's like a built-in friend selection thing in this game. The way that like some proprietary things are. Oh god. Oh, I thought they were trying to say, oh yes, this is a boss battle or something. This is a big area. Way to the lake with the drain pumps. I guess the idea is I need to drain the lake, I'm guessing. Need some way to cross it. I'm guessing it's not a matter of... Oh, piers! Jumping, yes, thank you. Thank you for telling me about jumping. Is piers a thing that I... Is it under granite? It's not under essentials. There's no certs that I can see. Build piers to get across. I'm assuming it's like something that's already like prefabricated for us. And we just select it and roll with it. Although you think it'd be under essentials and crafting. Search would be handy. It's weird because sometimes you do have a search, like over here, but it's a much more limited kind of fare. Yeah, I don't see a search in this one, unfortunately. Guess I could look it up. Like what are peers and would they be helpful here? Would they be relevant? Oh, here we go. Specifically the Ubasam wood. The build menu, okay. Do they mean this build menu? Or do they mean like this kind of thing? So I don't know. I don't know what other like hotkeys there would be. Yeah. I'm assuming they mean this. Oh, this build menu. Quick platform. Where's the rope ladder? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. Needs the fancy wood. So you would need a bunch of the fancy wood to get across there. There we go. So now we found where it is. Oh, my guy's starving, by the way, while I'm fucking around with inventorying. Good to know. Gonna build this thing. Random goat over there, by the way. First stage crossbow, 2 out of 3. Very good. Hello, random goat. Glad he didn't just like charge into the water blindly and die a tragic and embarrassing death. Let's open for more statues. Oh, hold on. I thought I saw that shape. I thought that shape was the goat doing exactly that. We probably have enough of the fancy wood to build a bunch of piers, but I don't want to overdo it. I'm trying to, like, you know, keep our eyes on the prize here. I guess you could say I'm afraid of building the piers too early at this point. And hold on. I'm thinking I'm cooking. I'm afraid of building the piers right now. And I'm worried if I build them that like now prematurely, it will cause problems later. And that I will be fearful of what the piers represent. And that there will be piers for fears. There we go. Because that's one of my favorite bands. It was a strained path to get there, but we got there. So many beehives. So many goddamn beehives. What the heck? The drain pumps is one thing. Are these like big poison? Oh god. Yeah, I don't trust like that. That's probably my sign to go back and see what else lays beyond. Or not even lays beyond, but like is available to us. There's paths to dig into. There's probably like bad guys lurking around. Yeah, the walls are caving in. Let's play it safe. No need to be here. No need to be a hero. No need to overcomplicate things. You'll keep it simple, stupid. We have a lot of things to deposit. My inventory is as full as it gets. As if I really wanted to, I could get another stack of this stuff. I really want to be fancy. We'll grab a little bit before we leave. Yeah, that's a good point. If I was being pressured into building those piers, we could call it peer pressure. I'm assuming this will give me more of the fancy woods too. Yeah, a little bit, not like a crazy amount. So much wood. I'm almost tempted to like drop some of the wood because like I'm trying to navigate around and only pick up the good stuff, but it's kind of hard to see where that is sometimes. Because it all looks pretty similar, honestly, especially at a first glance. Oh. More mushrooms. So we're just grabbing some extra ones, kind of as a bonus. I'm guessing this is just stone, right? Oh, it's granite. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that those would sometimes produce granite. That's good to know. Because I've kind of been ignoring those formations. Just like mashing the button trying to find the good stuff. Thump, 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 thump. So I'll keep an eye out for those little formations then, because I didn't think there were anything special. They caught my eye, but it just assumed it was just more stone. Like this right here. Is this even permissible? I think this is too strong. Too big, even. Yeah, it just gives you just normal stone. Of course, we'll definitely have a lot more of that granite soon. We'll be able to get, like, proper amounts of it. Same here. So we don't have to rely on, like, those teensy little pieces. I don't think I can break that one. So we're gonna need a decent bit of this fancy wood. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this right here. Granite. We'll grab a few of those. Yeah, I have a feeling we'll eventually be swimming in this kind of granite. I'm just taking some back with me as a convenience for when we get back to the base. That way I have some to start with. Just out of convenience. Not at all as a necessity. When they're kind of snuggled up in these little bundles anyway, and I use that to get the fancy wood anyway. We might as well. There we go. Okay, good enough for me. Mushroom. Bloop. We eat it to prevent ourselves from dying, from starving. So this is usually how it goes. Inventory is completely full. Health is low. Stamina is low. Like, general tiredness is low. Armor is not empty. Usually by this point, my armor is, like, completely zilch. So that implies that we haven't fought a billion things, but we we fought some things, though. The West Gate. The main base. My guy is Hongi. We'll make some more mushroom stew. And we have a million things to repair. We repair all of it. And I deposit all of my coal. Up to 500, hell yes. I don't have any scroll things to add. Or books for that matter. Okay, that's up again. It looks kind of nice, it's up against the wall like that. That's kind of neat. Oh, right, and the books are on top. How could I forget? That thing that I did. Nothing to add there. 16 seconds there. Deposit all that we can. I like how I'd kind of put it all around the same spots. That's all the convenient. Eat my stew. There we go. I still have. So I find that hard to believe that I never found a spot for amber. Or maybe we do have a spot for amber already and it's just full. I find that really hard to believe. Maybe I just ran out at one point. Easy fix though. There's the fancy wood. There's the chitin, which was the first time get. Blaze shroom, that was the first time. Poison, of course. Fancy granite. Surprised that didn't get added. And this is a new one of these kinds of deals. Maybe we have a full stack of the journal pages? No, we do not. Just journal pages, yep. Oh, that is a full stack. Okay, 7. What an odd max number. Pull my guy down for a nap. Nappy times. Go and nap.
Ever wonder what sunlight feels like?
So we got stuff repaired. Anything here that we can build? First stage crossbow will eventually be available to us. Although ranged weapons we don't really do a whole lot with, obviously. But it'll still be nice to have. Forge. All this is old news. However, including all this stuff, this is also old news. We've yet to. Well, we found gold, but we have no way to retrieve it. For the time being. First stage pickaxe, we need the gem cutter. Okay, so the gem cutter is the first priority then. Nothing new there necessarily. Looks nice. The gem cutter happens... Oh, I think it's actually in this menu of all things. Capstones. We need more resin to make a tiled hearth. Here's the gem cutter. Oh, bellows. That was the thing that we were missing over on this side. Yeah, that's a nice thing to have. I forgot all about that shit. So bellows was one thing. We already have a forge, obviously. Make a gem cutter. Let's put it over her. There we go. New weapons are now available to us for construction. With silver, we can make a loom, but we don't have silver yet. But we probably could. What can a gem cutter do? I think gem cutter is just a thing like you don't do anything directly with it. Just go to the forge, and now suddenly, first aid sword is an option. We don't have any ruby, nor do we have silver. We've never found leather either. It cuts gems, Alex. Very good. Yeah. It's like a thing that is kind of like an ancillary station, but not like an unusable station, which makes sense. Really good one-handed sword. That looks really, really nice. So once we get rubies and silver and leather, I'm guessing really fancy bad guys drop leather. First stage pickaxe. Furnace needs fuel. Blaze shroom is fuel for the furnace. Oh, now brown cow. So we have all that is necessary. Craft it. Make it so, number 1. So now, a recipe for the quarry master shows up. Oh, but for the fancy forge. That's so specific. What is the Quarry Master? Is it a... It's a pickaxe, right? Two-handed. It's a tool. Huge for digging. Yeah, really, really... Yeah, like a wrecking machine. Wrecking ball. Yeah, that sounds nice, but I think I'll probably stick with what we have. That does sound cool. But kind of an indulgence that is not at all required right now. Yeah, nearby forge. Right, yeah. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So it's kind of like the bellows. It's an upgrade, but it like, by itself offers no functionality necessarily. That's good. So now, we have this guy, so I'll deposit our old steel pickaxe. Our boring-ass, out-of-date steel pickaxe. Get that shit out of here. I never found cranberry. Well, I did find cranberries, but that shit is empty. Got the fancy wood. I don't know if we can actually build with the fancy wood at this exact moment. I'm gonna go ahead and build a fancy chest, which is to say an ornate chest. Got the bronze guts. One of those guys. And I suppose, actually, hold on. There's cloth we can combine already. We got the cloth scrap here. So I know we have more copper where that came from. Actually, do we? I said that awfully yeah, we do. I was gonna say I said that awfully confidently. How sure am I? The cloth scrap. Oh. Oh, here we go. That's where. Sienna's making funny noises. She thinks she's people. I thought we had an existing cloth pile somewhere. I do not see it. Okay. So then I might as well store these in here. Hello, Sienna girl. Put these over here. Oh, my guy's starving. Here, let's go ahead and give myself a... What time is it right now? It is afternoon. Make ourselves a nice lunch. A medley of skewers. 90 seconds, not too bad. How's this thing look? It looks like a pickaxe. Like a pickaxe ought to. I wonder if it'll say like what, like up to what it can mine. Mine difficult rock, carefully extract fragile but valuable stuff such as silver. Okay. Well, so I wonder if I can get like the fancy granite stuff. The answer is maybe not. We definitely know where silver can be found. In fact, I'll probably like warp around, or fast travel around rather, and get some of those low-hanging fruit things like silver and maybe even gold if we're lucky. Be awfully nifty. Anything else while we're here? I wonder if I could dye that stuff to look fancy. Excited about the prospect of that first order shield, or first order sword rather. First age sword. Ruby, yeah, we've never found a ruby before. Nor have we found leather, although I suspect if we fight enough scary new things, we'll eventually happen upon it. Yeah, silver is something that will be fairly easy, and I'm guessing the furnace. Oh, we probably like get the recipe to make silver ingots once we find actual silver. It like teaches it to us after we find it. Chomp. Big chomp. Okay, so now we know the first time we found silver was in the... It was in the mines. The proper mines. There might have been some around the crystal depths, but yeah, I think for sure there was some in the mines. There was also gold, like in the like the lower areas, basically. And here we are. Is there anything else here with the rune table? No, I'm still holding out for the amethyst. For this one. Yeah. Yeah, I really want that one. Cold damage, slows enemies. That sounds awesome. But yeah, we need fancy shit for that one. So yeah, for the places where we've seen silver, I know the obvious one is over this way. Silver and for gold, for that matter. They're both down in like these little spots down this way. So actually, not specifically there or here. Must be this way. Yes, Shana girl. So what is... Is there something up here? There was something up here. That is... Oh, wait. That's not it. Nope. Shit. I was so confident in my ability to remember where these things were. So I don't think I marked them on the map because I knew we'd be able to find them again pretty easily. And not here though. In my mind, there was a spot for gold and for silver. This is one of them. Maybe it's these two. Alright, so this is gold. Ah, can't do the gold. Also can't get adamant. Stronger pickaxe required. Okay. It's adamant and gold is a whole nother tier. But I bet this has the silv. Oh. Or not. Shit. Damn, I really thought there was like another thing around this area. I have misremembered. I wish the map markers made it a little bit more obvious for the Z number, the Z axis value. I'm trying to like say, show this one. Western Mines, we already know about that one. There's like another mine kind of hidden underneath here. Show that one. So this is, yeah, so, okay, so it does show it. It just doesn't show it on the map. Okay, so that's fine. There's another one. That mine. Oh, it's above. Ah, okay, so they're not both on this level. So I had marked it. Okay, that makes me feel a little better. Have a good night, auto exec. Just hanging out, buddy. It is getting close to 2 AM. I'll probably need to wrap up pretty soon here. It is nearing that time. Wait a second. Is it? Oh, no. Keep going. Keep climbing. Keep climbing. That'd be back this way. Was it up this high? I confess I can't quite remember. Find out. Hey, this is... What is it? What is it? It is... silver. And sure enough, we can mine this. As well as the accompanying fancy granite. There's the silver ore. There's the fancy granite, like we were saying. It's pretty slow to mine. We can get all of it, though. There we go. Basically, want to get all that I can muster. I know whatever silver we get from this won't be enough to make like all the things that I want. It'll be enough to make some of the things we want. For like big amounts of silver, there's stuff back in that like previous zone I want to go back for, obviously. This is just this is like a little snack, a little silver appetizer, if you will. And when it comes to games like Terraria, and I would assume to a degree Minecraft, although I never really played Minecraft back in the day, I would assume this is like a, well, not that I would assume. Certainly for Terraria, that kind of like moment when you kind of feel yourself power scaling is always kind of a cool moment. When you like first discover that like next level of a resource to mine that you know is gonna like open some cool new possibilities.
Got orcs.
That guy keeps running out of stamina because I keep being way too excited. Pretty generous vein, honestly. Inspiration strike. Oh, you have to press E to start singing. It's the mining song.
The floors will rise to meet my boots and draw my feet through ancient halls where rooted veins
If, like, something cool happens if you complete the song.
like banners hung will line the wall.
Unfortunately, we're about to, be done with this one. I think it resets if you move. Well, maybe not.
Thy pillared halls that stand apart. I've never beheld my hazard.
Maybe you get like a bonus to your mining if you complete the full song. Sure enough, we get an ore frenzy, which is, I guess, like you mine faster, maybe have like a better chance of getting more ore. That's actually kind of cool. If you complete the song, you actually do get a nifty little bonus. Kind of neat. So if you can string it together, you can do some like really cool shit. So lots of granite, good chunk of silver. Yeah, I have a feeling this granite is something that it's great. And I'm glad to have it right now, but I suspect at some point I'll find myself flush with way too much of it. And I'll be like, what do I do with all this? So there we go. That was a pretty thorough operation. So I think that is considered this one. Did I had that correctly? No, I did not. It's this one. So remove that one. Yeah. As we clear that one out, we're good there. I think I would rather just warp back to the base then. To drop off. We have a number of things. We also got Onyx for the first time. Not the Pokemon, but the material. But the gem, or I don't know if Onyx is a gem per se, but the substance. It is a gem. Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure what constitutes a gem versus like just a cool. What's a gem versus what's a cool rock? It's not just a gem. It's a rock, or it's not just a rock. It's a gem. The tricky thing, of course, is that there's a lot of other mineable stuff fairly, like, pretty far in. There was some stuff that was, like, gem-encrusted stuff, and maybe adamant back in the Orc Town area, so I don't know if I would necessarily need to bother in Orc Town, but maybe other cool things in Orc Town. So they've got one level up with the pickaxe, but we know there's at least one more level beyond just the one that we just found. Pickaxes. If I could, like, quickly warp over to Orcland, I would. And actually, you know what? Hold up. I mean, I guess I could take a quick pit stop. I think I remember the general idea on how to get there. I think. This game is slow. Yeah, it's a game that I do enjoy playing. But, yeah, it is very slow compared to Squirrel with a Gun and Space Marine. It's the kind of, like, just vibe out and just kind of chill while playing it kind of game. Whereas, yeah, Space Marine and yeah, and absolutely Squirrel with a Gun is like much more in your face, much more like instant gratification kind of gameplay. And also, Squirrel with a Gun is just so silly and absurd. Yeah, from a viewing perspective, this would be boring, I think, for some folks. Totally understandable. The Lord of the Rings sheen that it provides, I think, can only you know, draw in so many people for so long before it's like, oh, right, survival crafting. Which I guess is just how it goes. Survival crafting tends to be kind of like usually on the slower end
That's one more for
for most peeps. For some folks, they love it from a viewing perspective. Even for some folks, love it. Others, it's like, I sleep, and I blame nobody for feeling the I sleep opinion. So that is... I can't remember what that was. That was the beginning of the Crystal Descent, whereas I'm going to Orc Town. I think you have to go up for Orc Town. So I'm going to hide that one mine thingy. It's not to have... We don't need to have that on the map. Yeah, it's nice and chill. It's a nice thing generally, but yeah, it's also like sleepy times, you know. Wait, hold on. What was... Shit, I can't remember. Do I have to climb all the way to the top to get to... Yes, I remember now. You have to climb to the top to get to the Orc land. And if you jump behind the wall, that's what leads to the crescent. The crescent. The Crystal Descent. The crescent, if you will. Now I remember, because that's a dead end. Despite the scary-looking poison. I wonder if the orcs have respawned. Probably not. Purging some Xenos, though. I'm thinking we're probably going to play some Space Marine 2 on Sunday. Yeah, the croissant. Delicious. Yeah, I'm thinking we'll do some Space Marine 2 on Sunday. As much as I would love to play tomorrow, as much as I would love to stream tomorrow, I'm, like, very, very certain that I will most likely not be home until, like, pretty late tomorrow. Because for lunchy times, Gracie and I are hanging out at Aaron and Helen's place. And then for, like, dinner, like, evening times, I'll be hanging out near where I went to high school. Hanging out with... I'm going to the high school to hit on some high school girls. No, I'm not doing that. I would... For one thing, Gracie would beat me silly. And also the police would beat me silly, as they should. I'm hanging out with some buds. Some buds from the good old days. We try to get together, like, every so often. Like, every so often. Like, maybe, like, once every, like, couple months. For a lot of them, it's a little bit easier for them because they live, like, fairly close together. I'm kind of the oddball out. I live, like, an hour and some change away. So it's a little bit tricky. Well, I mean, it's not tricky. It's not like it's impossible for me to drive, like, an hour and some change. But, you know, it's a little bit more of an inconvenience. But it's good. It's good to visit with them. There's some friends that I've known for a long time. Like, these are some dudes that I've known since, like, 6th, 7th grade. And I'm in my mid-30s now, so, you know, if you do the quick math, it's like, oh yeah, like, 15-some-odd years. We're all old. But gold. Sunday's a fun day. Sunday is not on PC, though. Yeah, if I'm doing a stream, it would be later on anyway. Like, later on the evening times. Here we go. Gem encrusted. Oh, yes. Precious gems. Will I get some rubies now? Can I make my fancy sword? Sapphires. That's something else just now. It is very durable. There we go. We got another sapphire. That's a little bit disappointing. We got more of this cool granite. I'll continue to dig into this, but yeah, we've gotten so much of the granite now. I suspect we're probably not going to need much more. It's more like the ore and like fancy things are inside here. Probably not much for shortcuts. Goblin says, get him. Whomst. Whomst are you getting and where and how? It's almost like Orc Town has orcs in it. What's that about, man? Dropped an amber and a coin. Just a single coin, though. Carrying around a single penny. So that answers the question of what the gem-encrusted walls contain. They contain, sometimes at least, various gems. I'm wondering if it's always sapphire, because if there's like a chance it could be ruby or amethyst. Amethyst is a big one for sure. There we go. Yeah. Give me that shit. Give me that shit. Have a good night, Farce. Thanks again for hanging out, buddy. Damn it, is it all sapphires all the way down? I figure it's like a random chance. They won't give us the same one every time. The sapphire. Darn it. I'll see if there's anything behind here. The downside here is that the permanent stone looks very similar to the granite. So I find myself like having to squint to kind of tell the difference. There's definitely like a bunch of little clusters, little clussies, if you will. Ooh, that's what I missed. Actually, I think this is the main area. If it's sapphire again, I'm gonna be sad. They wouldn't do it to me 3 times in a row, would they? They would never. Sapphire, goddammit. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe like the encrusted gem areas. You have one thing and one thing only. They're interested in one thing and one thing only, and that's disgusting. Which is to say, I am disappointed. My disappointment is immeasurable. My day is ruined. Nah, not really. I mean, it's still fun, but come on, give me some variety. I'll check these two. And I'm just holding out for some hope. We'll keep singing.
Divine water fresh, like nectar to my soul.
I think it already gave us something, but I didn't catch what it was. If it was a ruby, damn it. Let's say if it was a ruby, it'd be something different. Like something would have popped up, because that would add what's the word? That would add like new recipes to our person. It's all sapphire. God, that's so disappointing, man. My guy is getting tired. Yeah, he is. He is an ore frenzy, but it is a tired ore frenzy. Precious gems implies a collection, a variety of gems, not a singular variety. If I kill enough of these guys, will they fill this hole that is deep inside my soul? Jug this through this one. Yeah, I recognize this. So my guy's getting pretty tired, and I'm getting pretty tired. IRL. We're approaching the point of needing to wrap it for the night. Especially because I have to I don't have to get up early, but I have to get up at I can't sleep in till noon basically. I have to be I have to pretend I'm a respectable adult and not a fucking degenerate goblin. The conditions are, yeah, that's a fair point. These are very uniform conditions we're seeing here. I mean, these are all orc inscribed, not inscribed, but orc maintained walls. So, if these orc areas tend to cause sapphire stuff to pop up, then I mean they're all pretty samesies. Here, there's 2 little blobs, or no, it's just a single one. Yeah, it's all sapphire. I'll still kill this one, but gosh darn it. Oh well. Lessons have been learned. Against my will. I've learned things when I wish to have not learned them. Now, could this lead to somewhere? Or is it just a vein and that's it? It was just a vein and that's it. Heck. That's okay. It was the friends we made along the way. You know, that's just how it goes. If nothing else, we can mark Orc Land as being Orc Town as being done. That shit is finished. Dunzo. Gonzo. Deadzo. Shit is dead to me. Unless we have some kind of recipe that requires like 12 sapphires, but and if it requires that, we have 13 sapphires, including the ones we have back at the base. So we are set. I guess you could say we have very sapphic interests with the kinds of things we found with this most recent little excursion. We have a very sapphic desires even. You could say that. You could say that. Yeah. What's that? I'm getting a thing in my ear that word does not mean what I think it means. Yeah, no, it means somebody who likes sapphires. Yeah, of course. I don't need to like look that up or like verify these claims. Just don't worry about it. Forget about it. That is a dead end. Now I have the fun time of trying to get the fuck out of here. The little goblin. Actually, Elgaso, I'm glad you said that because I was thinking the same exact thing at one. When they do the little. I like. There've been times where I've like come close to saying it or like invoking that goofy moment, but then I think, nah, that's like so specific. No one's gonna know what I'm referring to, or even those that know it are gonna be like, Alex, don't remind me that exists. It bothers me to no end. So it's good to know that others are bringing it up. That makes me feel a little better. The great thing about that clip is nowhere does it like, is there any indication about how whenever clips are saved and Twitch VODs are saved from the channel, that browser audio and audio from applications like iTunes do not get saved. They're excluded. So to somebody who has no idea, if they like stumble upon that on my clips page or something and they see that video and they go, huh, this has like 20 views. It must be something cool. And it's just that with no other context, they go, what the fuck? And you know, it's probably better off to leave it a mystery, the mystique. Elgaso says that's the whole point, baby. That's the whole point. Elgaso playing the long game. I respect it. Smart. You smart, baby. Some more shrooms. Shrooms so we can avoid our dooms. Yeah. It's a fun one. You know, whenever someone raids us, I always say like, oh, hey, if you have any clips you want to share, feel free to toss them to us. And then I also follow, and if the streamer says, "Oh, I don't have any clips I want to share, bro," I then turn to their viewers and say, "All right, you heard them. Nothing that he wants to share. Give me something that is going to make them cringe." I don't actually cringe at that moment. I think it's funny, or it's like fun rather. But that's the kind of thing that I want I want to see from other streamers, like the kind of thing where the streamer like, oh, is like, oh, that's not that one, man. Come on, bro. It's like, yes. I'm the fucking goblin. He's like, yes, give me the weird shit. Please, I need that. And it was pretty quiet anyway. Yeah, that's a fair point too. Yeah, usually the audio is... Well, sometimes more so than others. But yeah, I try to keep the audio like fairly chill. Audio levels, if I can help it, fairly chill. Yeah, sapphires for the Orc Bane. So if I made a first aid sword, which we can't yet, but if I were to make a first aid sword... We could put the Orc Bane on there. Although I guess I never did that with the battle axe, did I? So we could put Orc Bane on the battle axe. But I was holding off so I could put the really cool slow on hit effect on the battle axe. That was the original idea. I like how the chest is slightly going up off the floor. So we have 15 total sapphires. Goddamn. Some gold, add to the pile. Oh, and I think we also added some kind of gemstone to that. Metal, of course. Silver ore, we got lots of that. Actually, yeah, I'm kind of curious. What else did I just add to that guy? That guy's starving a little bit. It's okay. It builds character. And probably, like, organ damage, if I had to guess. Diamonds. Black diamonds. And oh, onyx. There we go. So I want to store those separately. I think the coins make sense. Diamonds and... Oh, it's only one black diamond. Let's at least store the onyx. I'll put the black diamond in. I think that's fine, though. Okay. That's all Gucci. Is there anything else that I wanted to build or even could build? Yeah, I feel like there's really nothing new then that is buildable. Repair these things. The first aid sword. Yeah, really no progress towards that, obviously. And now, of course, we can do the silver ore. So, I'm sorry, silver ingots, rather. Basically, make as much as we can. So that's nifty. And then I guess if I could sleep it off. Well, that's all happening. Might as well. Take a little nappies. I wonder if they'll all be done by the time I awake. It's awfully convenient. Also, I wonder how sleeping works in multiplayer. Maybe, like, everybody's asleep at the same time for time to pass. It is ready. So now we can make the pallet. Anything else? I was thinking, like, maybe something cool. Like armor, maybe. Nothing else new, honestly. Yeah, so silver on its own doesn't really bring a whole lot. But it would allow for a new sword eventually once we get rubies and leather. Yeah, silver ore pile, silver ingot pile. Yeah, I was hoping that would, like, introduce something cool. I think really it would just be a matter of we have the fancy pickaxe now. We don't have any recipes yet for, like, an even more gooder pickaxe. So there's gonna be something else we'll need to find to see like the next degree up in pickaxe technology. So, and that will probably be found in the yeah, for the drain pump situation and the Pilgrim Road. Those two will probably lead us to the next, like, major cool things to be found. So that's nice. But for now, friends, we're going to go and wrap it up, as it is late. And once again, I was saying how I have to, like, get up at I have to pretend I'm being responsible. Pretend I'm being responsible with a reasonable schedule on the morrow. However, before we wrap up for the night, we are going to do tonight's giveaway. I mentioned we have 2 Steam keys to give away. We have 1 Steam key for Bolt Gun to give away, Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun, and 1 Steam key for Evil West to give away. I've played Bolt Gun and its DLC all the way through, and I love it, and it's awesome. So if you like boomer shooters or retro revival shooters, it's an easy recommendation. Or if you like Warhammer, it's an easy recommendation. I've never played Evil West, but I've heard it's fun. I've heard it's, like, not, like, the most deep story-wise or, like, lore-wise, but I've heard it's cool. I've heard it's, like, the gameplay is fun and action-y. So, yeah, both solid games, for sure. But I can only personally recommend Bolt Gun, personally. The socials page I just posted has our Discord server, and that is going to be where we're going to handle the raffle. We're doing this in raffle style. And to put yourself in either of the raffles for the 2 giveaways we're about to do, all you got to do is go to the Discord server and post a message into either or both of the giveaway channels we have set up. Because that's how we do it. I just take the list of names, pop it into a random name picker, and we're off to the races, and that's it. We have 1 key for each to give away. And anybody can participate. You do not need to be a subscriber. Nothing like that. You don't have to be like a regular chatter necessarily. This could be your first time watching. Totally fine. Totally fine. So, real easy peasy. We'll do the giveaway for Evil West first. I'm not 100% certain, but I think the Bolt Gun giveaway might include the DLC. Because when I did the last round of Bolt Gun Bolt Gun giveaways, it did include the DLC. I thought it was going to be just the base game, but I had a couple of people reply back saying, the people with that one basically were like, oh shit, this has everything including the expansion. So hell yeah. So I can't like guarantee it, but there's a decent chance this will have the newest DLC that I played about a month or so ago and I really enjoyed. So let me just grab my notes here. I'm having to compare my notes because my only other rule here is that if you win a key for a game, I don't let you win a second key for the same game. Which I know might be a little bit not fun because like, oh, I want to give an extra key to my friend. Like, it's the best way to keep it fair, I think. I think if like one person like racks up like 3 or 4 keys for something, it gets a little bit like questionable, I think. I mean, I can't like control what people do with these keys. I'll say that like if these keys end up on key resale sites and it is tied back to me, then it might like have us get like suspended or like forbidden from like doing stuff with Daredrop anymore. So I'm like trying to prevent like people from doing skeevy things with it, and one of those ways is to prevent like bulk, you know, like someone getting like a bunch of keys for something. It's not that I'm like trying to say like, oh, I don't trust people, or that there's been like shenanigans necessarily, but just trying to like keep things legit, honestly. Keep things legit and like, I don't know, lower the chance of shenanigans happening. If I see something I signed under on eBay, I'm going to be under your bed. I will be living in your walls. Personally and forever. All right, so yeah, so anyway, like I said, I've been keeping notes. No, I do have some notes on who has won previous keys for this. That kind of thing. But we've never done a giveaway for Evil West. This is an easy one then. So, gonna start assembling the names. Evil West giveaway is happening first. If you're trying to join the Discord server to participate in the giveaway and you're getting hung up by something, because I think to post in the Discord, you have to do like email verification. If you're waiting for the email for the verification to show up, if like there's some kind of delay, just flag me down and say, Alex, hold up, give me like 30 seconds. Otherwise, the giveaway will be happening very shortly here. I'm just assembling the names now. And once they are assembled, we'll run the giveaway and I'll lock the channel. So there's no confusion. But the giveaway for, what's it called? For Evil West is Foist. So let me actually double check this. Right, that's fine. Checking my notes. Making a list, checking it twice. Decent number of people actually put themselves in for Evil West. I thought Bolgakh would have gotten more interest as a giveaway. The nice thing about both these games is that they're both published by Focus Interactive, one of my favorite publishers, with which we have Daredrop interactions for like the Daredrop giveaway or Daredrop campaigns in which we participate. It's not like my favorite. I don't think like every single game they publish is amazing, but generally speaking, a lot of the games they publish tend to be really damn good. And I've noticed that they tend to have like the most interesting giveaways, I think. So that is pretty dang sweet, if you ask me. Pretty dang sweet. All right, just one last thing. Oops. Okay, good. Almost done. Oops. Sorry for all the Windows noises. I think we are all set. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Make sure I'm not screwing over anybody by excluding them accidentally, but I think we got everybody. Whoops, wrong button. Okay, we're all set. Let's go ahead and run the giveaway for Evil West. Gonna go and lock the channel down. So lock post and close it. Boop. All right, running the giveaway. From the list of names, we have like, I'm not going to count them out. I would say like, I don't know, like 12 or 15. It was a decent number of people. The winner for the Evil West giveaway is going to be Silverant. Very nice, Silverant. Make a note for that. I will deliver the key to them probably, maybe tonight. I mean, it's already pretty late. I might as well DM it to them. As long as it's not waking them up or anything. I don't think they're here tonight. In the chat, that is. But they pop in on a pretty regular basis. I mean, I'm never going to pick favorites, obviously, when it comes to these giveaways. Whoever gets rolled, they win it. But, like, if somebody wins and they're, like, a regular or they've been here for a long time, it's like, oh, that's actually kind of nice. Like, it's, again, whoever wins, it's fine. But it's always, like, extra kind of cool when there is a when there's like some familiarity there. So Aleph, if you're listening in, Aleph put himself in on the for the Warhammer bolt gun giveaway, but Aleph had previously won a copy of this game. So Aleph, if you're listening in and that is upsetting to you, then my apologies. But like I said, you may or may not have heard my kind of spiel earlier where we're trying to keep it legit. Well, not to say that like Aleph's not legit. He hangs out here all the dang time. Like we know he's a real dude because like he sent us pictures of his apartment. It'd be a very odd like and elaborate long con to be like, hey, they think I'm real, but I'm actually a bot. It's like no, I'm pretty sure he's real. He's legit. But yeah, since he had previously won a copy of the game, we're keeping it so that only new winners can walk away with a key for bolt gun. So I think he's the only person we're having to exclude here. Let's see, Master Train slid in. Look at that sneaky boy. Actually, well, I assume boy. Sneaky person. All right, there we are. All the names have been entered. Same kind of thing here. I'm gonna lock down the bolt gun giveaway post. Lock it and close it. Okay, run the giveaway. It's gonna be Crayon. Crayon wins this one. To be honest, I thought Crayon had actually already won a key for this one, but he has not. So I will send that to him later on. So for those who did not win something, which I realized since we only gave away 2 keys, that means the majority of anybody listening in. Apologies, but the good news is that's not the end of our giveaway opportunities. There'll be more where that came from. Probably not any this coming Friday, but maybe some the next Friday. So maybe not in 1 week, but maybe 2 weeks we'll have some keys to give away to peeps. But to Crayon and to Silverant, congrats on the wins, and I'll be DMing them shortly. But yeah, we usually do like the dare drop kind of campaigns on a pretty regular basis. And yeah, there's definitely more where that came from. There's some campaigns coming up that in which I will absolutely participate. So, like I said, probably nothing this coming week, but probably something next week. The week after, that is. Anyway, friends, I'll see you guys around. We're going to find a raid target. So if you would like to stick around for the raid, I would recommend doing so. Nice thing about sticking around for the raid is that you get extra channel points, for one thing. And also, it's just kind of nice. It's nice hitting a channel with, well, obviously any kind of raid is nice, but it's like it's more like fruitful. It's more like impactful if the raid we're hitting them with has like, you know, more than like 2 people, but like has 3 people maybe. So the more the merrier. We raided Trash Nail last night. She's always fun. Yuma is playing some Ocarina of Time. We raided Yuma once. She was really cool. Variax is live right now. You know, Variax is someone who actually might really appreciate the Lord of the Rings game tonight. Let me see what Yuma's up to. I haven't seen them live in a long time. I'm trying to remember how I found their channel. They're a partnered streamer. They're playing Ocarina of Time. Oh, they might be wrapping up their stream, actually. Yeah. Like, how did I follow this person? I haven't seen them live in a long time. So if nothing else, Variax is always like a solid choice. He's like such a cool dude. Variax is great for many reasons. For one thing, he is one of the premier Morrowind streamers on YouTube, which is great. Morrowind content creators even on YouTube. He's always great. And he does lots of cool older games, not just Morrowind, but other CRPGs, other like, what are they called? Immersive sims, that kind of thing. Plays a lot of cool games that I really enjoy, which is great. And oh, and yeah, also yeah, I can see the Yuma is indeed ending their stream. So yeah, let's go ahead and raid Variax. His screen name, by the way, on Twitch is Big V Streams. So if anybody's wondering who I'm referring to, Big V. But on YouTube, his name is Variax, and that's how most people refer to him, generally speaking. And also, he's a British gentleman with a pleasant voice and a pleasant accent, which is always fun. And he was like maybe the 2nd or 3rd person to ever raid into me ever. Like, ever, when I was on Twitch. Back in, like, 2016, maybe 2017. This goes back a long time. And it was a big deal because I was, like, averaging, like, 3 viewers. And he raided me with, like, 30 people one time. And that was such a big deal for me. Like, I was playing Morrowind. He found me in the directory somehow. He said, let's raid the Super Hobbit guy. I was this nobody dumbass. Let's be real, I'm still a nobody dumbass, but I was especially nobody back then. And the fact that he like took the time, you know, he's a very, because I remember I saw his name pop up and I was like, Variax, yeah, I think that's super nice. And I had a few people in my chat being like, holy shit, Variax, he's like not like he's not like an internet celebrity, but in like Morrowind content creator circles, he's kind of a big name. So I was like, holy shit. So like that was not a small deal that, you know, Variax, you know, came down from his ivory tower and raided my ass. So it's always nice to get to pop in and hang out with him and express my gratefulness to him. So for, you know, for throwing us a little bone there. So yeah, he's a great guy. Of course, he's in a weird time zone, given that he is in the United Kingdom. So I don't get to raid into him very often, nor do I even get to watch him all that often because he tends to stream while I'm at work. But on weekends, it's nice. Here's my socials page. As always, I know I posted it earlier when we were talking about the giveaways, but just in general, socials page has all the stuff. It has my Discord server, of course, like we were saying. Best way to enter, well, it's the only way to enter into giveaways. We also have our social media pages in that link. So Twitter and Instagram and TikTok, it's all in there. I do multi-stream to TikTok and YouTube and Facebook and a few other places, but Twitch is the main one. So if you were forced, gun to your head, forced to pick one place to follow me, Twitch is the main one I'd recommend. But I try to have a presence on all the places, if I can manage it. I'm not on Scorgle, unfortunately. If I was on Scorgle, Oni, you'd be the first one to know about it, bud. Don't forget to follow. Yeah, that sounds like the shitpost where it's like when you join a new software company, and they talk about the tools that they use for marking their days off and tracking bugs and whatnot. Don't forget to open a ticket on Scorgle and log your days off on Skrunkle, but don't use Spangle. We don't use Spangle anymore. That tool's been deprecated. Now we use Flork Blong. I don't know. Anyway, so we're gonna raid Big V. We're gonna raid Variax. Just be immune to gun, Oni. No, yeah, it's so easy. Just be immune to gun. I'm deprecating right now, Alex. Yo, just flush and wash your hands. That's all I ask. Courtesy flush and wash your hands. That's all I ask, man. It's not too much to ask, is it? We'll most likely be back on Sunday with some Space Marine 2. Oni, if you'd like to play some Space Marine 2 on Sunday, I'd be super down. Or anybody else, for that matter, who wants to, who'd want to play on Sunday. I'm not sure what time. Sometime in the evening, most likely. But if anybody wants to join in, I'm happy to squad up for some Space Marine 2 action, some operations, that is specifically on Sunday. Or we could try PvP. I keep saying it, like, hey, maybe we'll play PvP tonight. And I keep, like, getting roped into operations shenanigans. But maybe Sunday is going to be the night we actually P versus other Ps. We see how our P matches up against others, how it stacks up. No, Alex, that's defecating. I do like operations. I do like operations, especially now that we're, like, getting our guys leveled up and getting some really cool abilities. Like, getting the cool abilities, getting the cool shit, like, it's satisfying to me. I was thinking originally I would, like, get kind of bored of the operations loop for a bit and be like, okay, I'm gonna play a different game now. But, like, honestly, it's still really fun. And, yeah, so I've been surprised. There's only 6 missions, but I'm still vibing to it, so. Anyway, I'll see you guys around. Thanks again for hanging. Appreciate you guys. Good night, everybody, and bye-bye. And good night.
It's not always about the ooh or the da or the onita. Sometimes it's just about the
Element of surprise!
Spinning doesn't concern me. Why, you mean what? You like fire dragons?
Your dungeon
The
has
fact
been
that